We rise and face these. Aluhu.
Aluhu.
Ashidana Helula Motenu, Abiara, Iskabako, Attack Quados, Shemeka Quados, Shemeka Lulamae, with Shamalu Bene Israel, El Shabbat, So El Shabbat, Dolotan, Bene Ola, Beni Bene Israel, Motil Ola, Kisha Shekami Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shemaim, where's the Adis, Bayom Mashvi, Shabbat, Wainaf Bash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yamineka, Baruch Kalateka, Baruch Yushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Olam Ma'eh, Baruch Shekabo Makuto Olam Ma'eh, Baruch Habo Elohim Min Kumo Lekeyom, Aluhu Olam Ma'eh. Kumu. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shebu. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, visitors. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
This is ordained by God, man. This is ordained by God. And we cannot allow nothing. We can't allow nothing to hold you back. We cannot allow nothing to hold you back from serving this God. All right? We cannot allow people. We can't allow your jobs. I can't allow my family. I can't allow nobody to detour me or push me or pull me away from serving God, from doing what God has expected me to do. He said, what does the Most High require from us? He said, but what? To serve God and keep his commandments.
That's it.
That's it. That's the whole duty of man.
That's it.
That's our whole duty.
That's it.
And when you get that all confused, now your path and your direction will be discombobulated because you done forgot the whole duty of this thing. You done forgot the whole thing. All right? My duty, your duty. Now, my duty, that is a decision that is made by a person or by people. My duty ain't got to be your duty.
That's right.
And your duty ain't got to be my duty. The only time we become one is when our duty becomes one. We both are pushing for the same purpose. And our purpose, my purpose, your purpose, and our duty is supposed to be the same. Now we are one people. Then and only then we will become one as one people. But when we have different purposes and different priorities and different duties in life, we can't be one. Because my duty is to serve God, and your duty is not to serve God. You have other things above what God says. You have personal things above what God says. Look, man, there's priorities in life, man. There's priorities in life, right? Your number one priority is to serve God. That's right. Your second priority in life is to honor and glorify your parents.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the second one.
Serve
them as you are serving their masters. And when you have people pulling you away from doing these things, you need to correct that.
That's right.
I got to correct you now.
That's right. Obstacle. You got an obstacle.
All right? This is an obstacle. This is what you call a stumbling block.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is a stumbling block.
Yeah.
You know, people can be stumbling blocks.
That's
right.
right.
People can be stumbling blocks that will cause you to turn away from God,
That's right.
to pull you away from serving God.
That's right.
Men could be stumbling blocks, and women could be stumbling blocks.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why God said, rule.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
God said, rule. He said, hey, look at my friend Abraham.
Uh-huh.
He said, I know Abraham
I know.
gonna command his household
I
after
know.
me.
I know this.
He gonna run it.
Yeah.
So guess what?
He gonna run it.
That's right.
You, my wife, don't have no say-so in this house.
That's right.
Because I am the commanding ruler.
That's
That's
right.
right.
God said when I take a wife, I took a possession.
That's
You belong
Belong
to me,
to me.
not
Right.
me belonging to you.
Say it, man.
Uh-oh.
Say it.
Not me
Yeah.
belonging to you.
You belong to me.
You belong to me. So you do what I said,
say.
and you respect what I respect,
That's
and you
right.
honor what I honor.
That's right.
That's correct.
That's right.
All the way.
That's right.
All the way. When you can't fulfill those requirements, then what God said? Said fed kitty too.
That's right.
Said
Get
fed
away
kitty
from
too,
her.
meaning
Divorce.
a letter or a book of divorcing.
That's right.
Cut her off from thy
Let her
flesh and send her out of your house.
That's right.
Get away from me.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Get away
Send
from
her out of
me.
your house.
Talk about it, man. Talk
Tobit
about it.
had a son named Tobias.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to go into that chapter later.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go into that chapter later. Tobit had a son named Tobias. And there was a woman named Sarah.
Mhm.
She was promised to Tobias.
Mhm.
You know what Sarah's parents told her?
Uh-oh.
He said, he told her, go marry the man and honor and respect that man's father and mother because
That's
they
right.
are now your parents.
That's right.
Talk about it.
They are now your parents.
Talk about it.
Look, man, when we come to serve this God, we have to read and apply the things that we read to ourselves.
That's right.
Everything. Right.
Now we have to realize that when you come to serve God, you have made a determination to serve God.
That's right.
Not what you have behind you.
That's right.
Make up your own mind.
You made your mind up.
That's right.
Maybe the person that you're with haven't made their mind up yet.
That's right.
But she's going to follow your footsteps.
That's how it goes.
I'm going to lead you and guide you towards righteousness.
That's how it goes.
And in time, you will learn to fear this God and love this God and love his commandments.
That's right.
But the only way to fear this God and love these commandments, I got to start putting it into effect. I got to start putting this into effect, man. We can't go against and see, listen, man, it takes a mentality to serve this God. A person, a man or a woman with a hedonistic mentality can't serve God.
That's right.
You know why?
They're not gonna accept.
Because you think like an American.
Yeah.
They're not gonna accept.
You think like an American.
That's right.
And all this Eastern values and customs,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't correlate with my way of thinking.
That's right.
So because it doesn't correlate with my way of thinking, I push that aside. I push
I don't
this
deal with
aside.
that. I don't deal with that.
I pick and choose what I want to apply to myself. I will apply this. I won't apply that.
Uh-huh.
We got to stop playing, man.
Yeah.
We got to stop playing. Stumbling blocks is real.
Yeah.
That's right.
Stumbling blocks is what causes you to fall away from God.
That's
What
right.
causes you to push you into doing things against God.
Block comes in the form of whatever.
That's right.
That's right.
And we got to realize that, man. We have to realize that and start putting these things into effect. Because guess what? We don't have no time. We don't have no time. We on borrowed time.
That's right.
Like I heard certain heads and leaders say. Said we on borrowed time.
We don't even know how much.
And we don't even know how much. We don't even know how much. I'm going to hit certain parts in Deuteronomy 21 and 22, but my desired chapter will be this Deuteronomy chapter 4. All right? Because certain parts that I got to hit. Certain parts I got to hit. Okay? Now, Deuteronomy 21, verse, let's start from verse 10. All right? Let's start from verse 10.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10.
Uh-huh.
When thou goest forth to war
When you go to war
against thine enemies,
and
the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and has a desire unto her,
and you have a desire unto her for what?
That thou wouldest have her to thy wife.
That you want to marry this woman. That was the desire of men. They did not have desires to be to sleep around and be promiscuous. When I saw this woman, I saw qualities, and I saw she was so beautiful that I want this woman to be my wife. So I took this woman to be my wife, and go ahead, read.
Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house.
You bring her to your house.
And she shall shave her head.
And
pare
her nails. But that was only done to the woman that was caught in captives. Do captives. When you go to war and you find a woman there, you can take that woman to be your wife. You cut her hair, cut her nails, and go ahead, read.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from
Change
off her.
your clothes.
Switch it up.
Change your clothes. Every religion has a code of dress wear.
That's right.
And it ain't suit and ties. It ain't lapels.
Tuxedos.
It ain't tuxedos.
Blazers.
It ain't sweaters and t-shirts. It's the way God has dressed Adam and gave. What he gave Adam and Eve? He said robes. Dressed them in robes, man. Garments and robes. That's the attire of this nation of people that God called Israel.
Right.
That's our dress code. When we dress out of our code, that is what you call foreign apparel.
Right.
Brothers say, oh, that's not foreign apparel. Foreign apparel is when you have idols and images. Nowhere in the book says that.
That's right.
And we need to stop adding on and taking away from what we read, man.
Yeah.
We got to stop adding on and taking away. That's why certain camps I separate myself from, man. I'm not going to argue and go back and forth with you. I'm not going to argue and go back and forth with you, man, over what I read. Oh, that's what you believe? Oh, that's what you think? It is. Good for you. Good for you.
That's right.
You go ahead and keep it up.
That's right.
Good for you. All right? Go ahead, read. Now, hold up. He said, then thou shalt bring her home to thy, and she shall put the raiment of captivity from off her,
and shall remain in
thy
house.
house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. She remain in your house, and you cry, you bewail. Let her mourn her parents. Her parents just died. Which means what? I gotta have some type of compassion and pity on this woman. I gotta be easy. I always see what I read here. It tells me that I always gotta be circumspect of what circumstance or position I done took this woman out of. You done killed off the woman's people. No family, no relatives. Everybody's dead. Remember that movie, Apocalypto? How they ran through the village, took some people out of their environment and took them into a different environment, and how they treated them, what they did to them. That's what God is saying, man. Remember how you got this woman, man. You got her from our war.
Right.
Killed off the nations. That man, don't oppress this woman, man. He said, let the woman at least mourn. And for her parents, give us some time to mourn.
Right.
For crying out loud. Which means to do these laws, to do these commandments, You got to have a heart.
That's right.
That's why God said, man, these people don't have a flesh. These people got a heart of stone.
That's right.
These people have a heart of stone. And you can tell through people's actions and their words.
That's right.
Their actions and their words. Your actions and your words tells me whether you have a heart of flesh or whether you have a heart of stone. That's what that tells me. Go ahead, read.
And after that, thou shalt go in unto her.
After that, thou shalt go in unto her,
And
read.
be her husband.
And be her husband.
And she shall be thy wife.
And she shall be thy wife.
And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her.
Now, he said, what? And it shall be if thou have no delight in her. Yeah, the book said it. But guess what? These women they were so honorable to their husband and loving and compassionate to their husband.
Right.
That how in the world would he not have delight unto her?
Right.
They just said if.
Yeah.
But you never read that where we went and took women out of war and the man said, man, I don't have no delight in her. But she ain't give me a reason not to delight in you.
Right. That's right.
The woman in this book didn't give the man a reason not to delight in her.
Did he bust him around?
No.
They didn't give them a hard time.
They didn't give me a reason not to delight in you. So therefore, I didn't have to put you away.
That's right.
Or divorce you.
Because she agrees.
Because she agreed with him.
That's right.
She agreed with everything he said.
Yeah.
Not
the opposite.
the husband agreeing with the wife.
Yeah.
That's twisted, man.
Yeah.
And far more or less, if whatever the wife is saying is not wise, it's against what God said.
That's right.
It's not godly.
That's
Because
right.
ain't nothing wrong with listening to my wife. He said, man, you spoke wise. God told me, Abraham, he said, man, hearken to your wife.
That's right.
He said, yeah, she's hearken to her. God came to her and told her. God ain't coming to you and tell you to hearken to nothing on your wife. You have to have some type of wisdom to know what to listen to and what not to listen to.
That's right.
You gotta be wise.
Amen.
Because we have a very large distance between us and God.
That's right.
Very large, very big distance. Breach, a large breach. Big enough to drown the whole city. That's how big that breach is between us and God. So now, by you reading this book, you will determine what to listen to, what not to listen to, what to take heed, what not to take heed, according to what you see here. Not according to my mind. Not according to my mind. According to what you see here. Job's wife told him to curse God and die. Right. You know what he told her? He said, you speak like a foolish woman.
Right.
Yeah. So I can't hearken to everything she said.
That's right.
No, I can't hearken to you. Sometimes women say things off the wall. Yeah, be off the wall. Because her determination and her decisions are not made up. She ain't make her decision to serve God yet.
That's right.
She may never make her decision to serve God. She's just following you, Johnny.
Yes.
Let's get for real.
That's all.
That's it.
That's all.
She's just following you.
Yeah.
You corpse. Yeah, I call you a corpse.
That's right.
Because your lifestyle and your actions that you have taken and the route that you're in, the direction that you have taken is leading you to die.
That's right.
Leading you to death. Go ahead, let's read some more.
Verse 15.
Uh-huh.
If a man had two wives,
If a man had two wives,
one beloved,
and
another hated,
and another hated. So a man is able, it's God's given right to have two women.
That's right.
That's God's given right, man.
That's right.
Who are you to get angry at what the right that God gave man?
That's right.
You better check yourself.
That's right.
Because when you disagree with what God says, you reject him.
That's right.
You reject God. You don't reject me. You reject God.
That's right.
He said, if a man had two wives, one beloved and another hated, there was a man named Solomon,
That's right.
the preacher.
That's
In the
right.
Hebrew, it says Kohelet, means the counselor.
That's right. Go ahead. That's right.
Okay? And he didn't counsel women.
That's right.
No, man.
Those was men
Man.
that went to him for counsel.
Kings.
So women don't go to counsel against their husbands.
All right.
You don't go to marriage counselors against your husband.
Yeah.
You know why? Women ain't need no counselor
No
because
good.
whatever her man suggests, it was her
Good.
wish.
That's right.
Your suggestion and what you
Good.
want is my wish, my Lord.
That's
You
right.
know, she called him my Lord.
That's right.
Not his name.
I don't need
That's right.
my Lord.
That's right.
You are my Lord.
That's right.
I am thy maid.
Huh? You are my Lord.
That's right.
And if you're my Lord, I'm not going to go against what you want, Lord. Better yourself with God, man. Better yourself with God, woman.
That's right.
And start taking heed to what you read here. Start taking on their ways and their customs that drew God's attention towards them
That's
for good.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said,
For good. You hear me? Stop playing with these laws, commandments, and statutes. It's nothing to play with, man. I kid you not, man. It's nothing to play with. You will only see this in time of putting in
doing
righteous work,
Right.
of doing these laws and
Doing it.
fulfilling these
Living
commandments,
in it. Living in it.
living in them.
Right.
Then God will begin to open your eyes up little by little, little by little.
What you want.
Then you start drawing the line.
That's right.
Then you start drawing that line and enforcing it.
That's right.
Enforce it in your house, man. Draw
That's
that
right.
line and enforce that
Yeah.
law in your
That's
house, man.
Put your feet down. Put your feet down.
And put your foot down according to these laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
Let's serve God. Command your household after you to serve God.
That's right.
That's what Abraham did.
That's right.
He said, follow Abraham.
That's right.
And he told the
That's
woman to
Follow
follow
Sarah.
Sarah.
That's right.
Follow Sarah.
Follow Abraham and follow Sarah. Huh?
Not Megan Thee Stallion.
Not Megan Thee Stallion.
Not Nicki Minaj.
Not Nicki Minaj. Not
Not
loving
Glorilla.
hip hop.
Not Glorilla.
Not loving hip hop.
Yeah. Yeah.
One chick came up to me. I said, hey, listen, baby. Hey, listen, baby. Hey, listen, baby. This ain't loving hip hop. This is real life.
That's right.
I ain't Peter Guns.
That's right.
My name ain't Mendici.
That's right.
You hit me, I'ma hit you back.
Uh,
Don't raise your hand on me, loud
Okay.
bad.
okay.
Loud bad. Don't raise your hand on me, loud bad.
That's right.
You hit me, I'ma hit you back. If
That's
anybody do the hitting, I do the hitting.
That's right.
And guess what? I ain't gonna hit you
Unless you hit me.
unless you hit me.
Do not put
Okay.
your hands on me.
Now, what I will do is give you strict commands according to these laws, commandments, and statutes, because God gave you a choice.
That's right.
Make a decision.
You want to do these laws? I will take you to be my wife, my lawfully be wedded wife, and I'll be your lawfully be wedded husband. And you know these people don't go. They go against their vows.
Let's go against those
It
vows.
says through sickness, through health,
Right.
through what? Through thick and thin.
Do everything.
Whatever you go
Whatever
through,
happens,
it's nothing you
no
go
divorce.
through that will cause me to divorce you
Or me to ask for one.
or for me to ask for
I
one.
want a divorce.
But God,
Divorce.
being all wise, he put it there because he knew that it was going to come a time where you have man and woman that you have to separate from. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
That's
We
right.
got-
Yeah,
we
I
got a
gotta add the
mismatch.
man in it.
We got a
That's right.
mismatch.
I'm not gonna marry a
Got
man
both.
that's been hiding he was a homosexual.
No,
I'm not gonna stick with a man that's been hiding he was a pedophile.
no.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know you was a pedophile. You like 5-year-olds.
We gotta cut this off.
I gotta cut you off.
Cut this off.
Hey,
So good.
you done told me to stay away from keeping Shabbat. You trying to detour me away from serving God. Oh, I gotta go.
That's right.
You trying to turn my
You're
heart.
trying to turn my heart away from God.
That's right.
I gotta go.
That's right.
Hey, listen,
Yeah,
woman,
man.
we gonna live according to these laws. If you don't want to do this, there goes the delete.
Yeah, you ain't ready, you gotta go.
Knock it down on your way out.
There goes the delete.
You don't have to stay.
And God knew that we was gonna come into a time like these. That's why He put it there. Not to say that He agreed with it.
So,
God
but
hates
if this
when
goes
you have
down,
to put away.
Right.
the Lord needed to put away.
God hates that. But by all means,
Can't
I'm
tolerate
gonna put my foot down according to these laws, commandments, and
That's right. Can't
statutes,
tolerate
and we gonna serve God.
That's
We
That's right.
gonna do these laws.
That's right, what
That's
Joshua
right.
said. That's right.
We gonna do these laws. Let's go. Let's read. Let's read a little bit.
If a man had 2 wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both
If
of
a man had 2 wives, one beloved and another hated, right? Right. It reminds me of Raquel and Leah. It reminds me of Raquel and Leah. Because if everything happened the way Jacob wanted it to happen, but it happened the way it was supposed to happen, because God is setting up a nation.
setting up the nation. That's right.
If it happened the way Jacob wanted it to happen, he would have just had Raquel.
Right.
He would have just had
Right.
Raquel.
Right. He wasn't looking at the sister too.
But he was tricked into
Servants.
getting Leah first. He was tricked into getting Leah, right? He was tricked into getting Leah, and Raquel was given to him after he got Leah. After he got Leah. And he wasn't digging Leah like that.
No,
His love in his heart was with Raquel.
He wasn't looking at her.
It was like love at first sight.
Yeah.
The man didn't even cohabitate with her.
No,
But his heart, when he seen her,
that's love.
he was all in.
Yeah, I wouldn't marry her.
He was all in. Nah, I need this woman right here. This is it. This is it.
Right.
And
People do that back then.
the reason why Reuben didn't get that first birthright because of what he did.
Right.
He went up to his father's couch,
That's right.
went up to his father's bed,
Yeah.
and cohabitate with one of the maid servants, which was Bilhah. Do you know that none of that was mentioned until he started to bless them?
Yeah.
He didn't mention it.
Yeah.
He didn't mention it. Go ahead, read. Let's read a little bit.
Both the beloved and the hated,
Uh-huh.
and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he had, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he had. For he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son,
Right.
which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when
Go back a couple verses.
verse 16, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he had, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn.
Okay, go ahead.
But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he had. For he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son,
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son,
which will not obey the voice of his father,
he's not obeying
Yeah.
the voice of his father.
Yeah.
You can't pull me away from honoring my mother and my father.
All right.
Right.
My father gave me a command.
they'll
Right.
voice- they'll
I
voice.
gotta do this command.
That's right.
Now you have people that will pull you away from that and say,
you
you're
gotta
a grown man.
That's right. That's
You
right.
ain't gotta do that.
That's right.
You ain't gotta
That's
listen.
right.
Look what God said. You must want him to die. Look what God
Setting
said.
them up. You're setting them up.
Yeah, he wants you to die.
Go ahead,
Setting
read.
them up. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him,
If a man have what? A stubborn and what?
rebellious son,
A stubborn and rebellious son,
which will not obey the voice of his
which
father
will not obey the voice of his father
or the voice of his mother,
or the voice of his mother,
and that when they have
And-
chastened him,
when they chasten him,
will not hearken unto them.
will not hearken to them when they correct them, right? You still don't hearken. Or maybe he's hearkening, but you got a thorn on your side.
Right.
You got somebody that's a thorn
Right.
that's trying to pull you away from honoring and respecting the commands of your father.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Then shall his father and his mother
Then shall his father and his mother
lay hold on him
lay hold on him.
and bring him out
Bring him out where?
unto the elders of his
To
city
the elders of the city.
and unto the gate of his place.
To the gates of the,
To the gate of his place.
Uh-huh.
And they shall say unto the elders of his city,
Uh-huh.
this is our son.
This
Yes.
is our
This
son.
our son
This
is
is my
stubborn
son. He's stubborn.
and rebellious.
He's
He
rebellious.
will not obey our voice.
He will not obey our voice.
He is a
Yeah.
glutton
He's a glutton.
and a
Yeah.
drunkard.
He's a drunkard.
Yeah.
And all
Uh-huh.
the men of the city
And all
shall
the men of
stone
the
him with
city shall
stones,
do what? Stone him with stones.
that he die.
That he die.
Yeah.
So shalt thou put evil away from among you, and all
Right.
Israel shall hear
That's
and
right.
fear.
That's right.
Stone him with stones that he die. You hear that, man?
Right.
Are we understanding this?
Break it down. Break it down. Make me understand.
So, I have a son. I have a daughter. Their obligation is to honor and glorify their parents.
That's right.
First and foremost.
Their obligation
You hear that?
is to honor and glorify their father and mother first and foremost above anything else.
You hear that?
There was a man on my job.
That's right.
He's an iron worker. And I was talking to him. I said, man, how you doing, man? How's your wife? How's your kids? How's everything going? He said, man, everything's okay. I'm just a little down. He really don't want to do it, but he did it because. I said, why you down, man? He said, well, my wife and my mother
Uh-oh.
don't really get along.
Uh-oh. Typical American.
He said, so I had to choose my wife
Whoa.
Oh no.
over my mom's. I looked at him. I said, you only got one mother, brother.
Whoa. Right.
I said, you only got one mother, brother.
Whoa.
I said, what you're supposed to do is correct your wife.
That's right.
Correct that woman
Depending
and make her honor and respect your mother.
Yeah.
Make her honor and respect your
Hey,
Make up.
Hey,
Yes.
hey, and then I said, brother, this is what you need to do when you go home. I said, go home and ask your wife, what would you do if your son did to you what you doing to him?
All right.
I said, you wouldn't like it, right?
Get ready for it. It's coming.
I said, because God have a way of turning
Switching
things
it up
around.
on you.
right. Oh,
God
yeah.
have a way of turning the tables.
To make you feel it.
Make you
Now
feel
you
it.
know.
Yeah.
Make you feel it.
Switch it up on you.
It's right. Listen, man, the honor is due to the parents. Let's listen to more words. Let's listen to more words, more wise words. Okay? Words that will bring life. Words that will add life to your soul. Okay? You stay where you at, brother.
Especially when you're a grown man. That's when the honor is supposed to
You
come
stay where you at.
Even more.
Listen here. It said, hear me, your father, O children, and do thereafter that ye may be safe.
Uh-oh. You got to do this. So
You got to do this so that you may safeguard yourself.
This
That's
is how
right.
you do this.
All right? For God had what? Given the Father honor over the sons.
Yeah.
And had confirmed the authority of the mother over the sons.
That's your commanding officer at all times.
They are my commanding officers.
Okay.
My father is my commanding officer.
Yeah.
My mother is my commanding officer.
Yeah.
If I'm hot and my mother is cool, I gotta withstand the heat.
That's right. You hear that?
And thrust that away and deal with the heat.
That's right.
That's why you can't keep going back and forth. Hey, all right, cool. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It said, whoso honor his father, make it atonement for iniquity.
That's right.
Diminish sins.
Yeah.
So when you dishonor your father, you add.
Yeah.
That's right.
You add iniquity.
You triple it.
You deplete.
That's right.
You take away life from yourself.
Yeah.
And when you honor and honor your father, you make atonement. You expiate. You make atonement for iniquities.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
And he that honors his mother, and that's one that lay up a treasure.
Okay.
You know what it is? That treasure is laid up in the time of necessity.
That's right.
When you need it, and you ain't got nowhere else to turn.
That's right.
Wow, look at this here.
Get you out of situation.
Get you out of certain situations.
That's
man.
right.
Here.
Here and there.
The honoring of your parents.
That's right. It said, whoso honoreth his father shall have joy of his own children.
Okay, break that down, please.
So how am I gonna have joy of my own children? So stop making your face like that. How am I gonna have joy of my own children if I am not honoring my own father?
That's right.
If I'm not honoring my father, my children will not honor me.
Okay.
Don't look for respect from John and Luke and Lucille. Don't look for them to honor you and respect you. They're going to do you worse.
Yeah.
You're going to remember.
You're going
to remember.
Yeah.
Okay? It said, he that honors his father shall have a long life. He that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother. You know what a comfort is? It reminds me of what Tobit told Tobias. He said, command his son and gave him order. He said, son, he said, when I'm dead, son, he said, bury my wife with me. Put her in the same hole with me. He said, and as long as you live, son, he said, grieve her not. Don't never grieve your mother.
Okay.
So if he's telling you don't grieve your mother, by all means, you damn sure ain't supposed to grieve your father.
That's right.
Which means I, as a son, you as a daughter, is supposed to be a comfort to my father. I got to be a comfort to my father. I got to be a comfort for my mother.
Can I be a comfort to my father and my mother away from them?
No. There's no way I could be a comfort to them and I'm away.
That's right.
I had to be around to be a comfort.
To help them.
I got to be around to be a comfort. To relieve certain burdens and certain responsibilities from them.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Daily things.
Man, listen here,
Daily things.
Man, listen here,
Talk about it.
My pops could tell you, man. Sometimes, and I didn't have this much responsibilities, but sometimes my pops need something, my moms need something, rent need paid, this me that. Hey, man, I got you here. Yeah. And I don't want it back.
That's right.
We don't never ask for it.
I don't want it back.
We don't never ask for it.
Oh, you just need this right here. I don't want it back.
That's right.
Because that's added merits to me.
That's right.
From God.
Right.
And it's added merits to my parents. From my parents, man. Come on, man. We can't serve God no other way, man. We already had the curriculum and the standard to serve this God. And it's here. Any other way,
not gonna work.
Your direction and your path will be darkened.
That's right.
Will be darkened. Right. It said, he that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents as to his masters. You know what service is?
Like you do your boy.
When I'm doing something for my parents, my father need me or my mother need me to do something for them, and I go and take care of it. And I go and take care of it. I cannot allow to be detoured from that service.
That's right.
You can't pull me away from that, man. Listen here, my mother want me to do this. I
gotta
take care of this first.
Right now.
I gotta take care of this
I'll be
first.
back.
take care of
Let me
your
go
woman.
take care
Huh?
of
You
this.
gotta take care of your woman.
No, I gotta take care.
Thank you.
I gotta take care of this
I
first.
think
Yes.
that's done first priority.
You hear me?
Coward.
right.
But the reason why people don't put these things to use is because we don't read. We don't read, and we haven't decided who we want to serve.
Yeah.
Whether we want to serve God or whether I want to serve myself.
That's right.
You want me to serve you. But God didn't give me a command to serve you.
Right.
God commanded me to serve him
That's right.
and to serve my mother and my father.
That's
That's
right.
right. Everything else is under
That's your
my
woman.
Everything else is my opinion. If I would decide to serve you or do that, okay, that's between the man and the woman. But don't allow it to get in between the service of God and your parents.
Yeah.
That's
Messing up the
That's
structure
it.
now.
You're messing up the structure, John.
Right.
You're messing up the structure that God has set up,
That's
Lou.
right. God is the architect, man.
Go ahead, let's read.
Put this together. Back in Deuteronomy
Deuteronomy
21, verse 22.
Go ahead, read.
And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death,
And if a man had committed an iniquity that is worthy of death, read.
and he be put to death,
And he be put to death,
and thou hang him on a tree,
and you hang him on the tree.
his body shall not remain all night
His
upon
body
the tree.
shall not remain all night upon what?
But thou shalt in any ways bury him that day.
Uh-huh.
For he that is hanged is accursed of God.
Uh-huh.
Right.
That thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 22. Let's hit the spot here. We're going into spots. Let's start with verse 5. Let's
Verse
start
5.
with verse 5. Go ahead.
The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a
The
man.
woman shall
That's
not
right.
wear.
That's
The
right.
woman shall not wear that which belong unto men.
That's right.
You have a feminine
Uh-huh.
and a masculine.
That's it. That's it.
All right? Miknasayim. There's no feminine word for miknasayim. Miknasayim means pants.
That's right.
I know men make it masculine.
Miknasayim means pants. Right? Now, the word women didn't wear pants. That's our culture. We didn't wear pants. Okay? Now, in the Hebrew, it states in the Hebrew, right? Lo yeh keli gebed. Keli goes deeper. Keli means utensils. Utensils,
Uh-huh.
tools, things, instruments, weapons, artifacts, articles, vessels, container, dress or garment.
Anything.
Anything that belongs to a man, women did not use.
That's right.
There was a separation
That's
between men's utensils and women's utensils.
That's right.
Men's artifacts and women's artifacts.
That's right.
Women's vessels and men's vessels. Separated chairs. Women sits on these chairs. Men sits on these chairs.
That's right.
Everything was
Everything was
separated.
separated.
That's right.
Beds, chairs.
Beds. That's why when you
That's right.
read in Genesis where Leah hired Jacob with her mandrakes,
That's right.
Uh-huh.
she said, therefore thou, I have hired thee with your mandrakes. He said, thou shalt come unto me
Pull up.
tonight.
That's
He
right.
said,
Pull
come
up.
on in here.
Yeah, I got men
He
drinks.
said, I got some mandrakes here.
I know you like men
Some
drinks.
get high.
That's right.
You know what that is.
Spend the night with me tonight.
You know what that is. It enhances the feeling.
That's right.
It enhances the moment.
Yeah.
I like to take a couple pulls of marijuana because it enhances everything. We ain't gonna get all deep, but I like that.
Relax.
And that's what it is. That's a more natural way that men does and women does it too. You see, she
Relax.
hired Jacob with mandrakes.
That's right.
She said, man, come
Thank you.
on in here. Because she wanted to conceive and have a seed by her husband. Now, the wife never went into the men's chambers and slept on his bed.
No.
They always went into the woman's chambers.
That's right.
All right? Go ahead.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. So that should tell you right there that God is against homosexuality.
That's right.
God is against that.
That's right.
And if God is against homosexuality, you gotta be against it.
That's
Can't
right.
accept it.
There's no way that I'm gonna be in an area, on a room, on a spot, and I got homos and dykes and hermaphrodites and all these people around me that God don't agree with.
That's right.
No. You gotta wait. You gotta go.
So you're gonna get me in trouble.
You get out of here, man.
That's right.
You gotta go, man. Oh no, you gotta go too.
That's right.
You gotta go too. You know why? Because we have to train ourselves to despise the things that God despises.
That's right.
Don't accept. Don't tolerate.
That's right.
God said, any man that lied with mankind as with womankind shall, he says, an abomination. They shall be put to death.
That's right.
Die.
That's right.
Die, man.
God's word.
Death to all gays.
Die.
That's God's
Right.
word.
I despise that.
Facts.
That's
Because
God's
why?
word.
God despises it.
That's God's words.
That's right.
That's it.
Facts.
Those are the words of God.
That's right.
That's right.
It's an abomination.
Facts.
Detestable by God.
That's right.
So I can't allow an abomination to be here
Yeah. And be comfortable.
and be comfortable.
Right.
Welcome.
No. There are other things that God has said is abominable. Images.
That's right.
Images. God said he hate and detest it.
People look.
Idols.
That's right.
Come on, man.
Talk about it.
We got to read this book and learn what are the things that God detests and hate and stay away from it,
That's
man.
right.
That's right.
Why do we cling and be attached to the things that God hates and the things that God loves? We pull away from it.
Haven't made our minds up yet.
We pull away from it. Why? Why, man? Why? Because your destiny and direction is darkened.
That's right.
Right.
That's why. Let's okay. Now from there, I need you to go to verse 11.
Verse 11.
Yes. Thou shalt not wear a garment of divers sorts, as a woolen and linen together.
That's right.
So when you go to buy clothes, it don't take nothing. You ain't got to sweat. It don't take nothing, man, to go on the back of the shirt for crying out loud and look at the tag and see if it's 100% cotton wool, linen, or silk. But in order to do that, God got to be on your mind.
That's right.
The laws of God got to be on your mind to
That's
do
right.
such a thing.
That's right.
Before I put it on,
That's right.
I'm looking at the tag. Oh, it's mixed 50-50, 25, 25, 50. Oh, I don't want it. I don't care how much I like it or I want it. Goes in the garbage.
That's right.
There was a time when my father had decided to serve God. And when he decided to serve God, everybody that was in his household was, what's the word?
Object.
Was
Subject.
Was
Subject.
subject.
was subjected to do accordingly.
That's right.
So when he decided to get rid of all the mixed fabrics and the mixed shirts
The
and
shahanets.
the shahanets and
Yeah.
the mixed fabrics
Yeah.
and everything that was mixed,
Yeah.
guess what happened? Every one of us had to go through our dresser and drawer and look for everything that was mixed
That's right.
and throw it out.
That's right.
That's how you
Whatever we had, we wore it.
Yeah.
He bought us clothes again. He said, hey, don't worry about it. Everything will be
That's
bought
right.
again.
That's the
But I want
sacrifice.
everybody to go through your drawer, take everything out of your drawer that
All
is
in
mixed
the
and
cloud,
mingled
all in the
and
cloud.
get rid of it.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Not one by one.
That's right.
Not one by one.
One
One
time.
time.
One time.
One time. Get rid of it.
Same thing with,
That's
with
right.
the pictures.
And that's the same thing he did with the pictures.
That's right.
Get every picture out of this house
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want no pictures. I don't want no
Statues.
images.
That's
I don't
right.
want no statues in here.
Yeah.
All that gotta go.
He
That's
ran
right.
his household.
He ran
That's
his
correct.
household.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
And
running the
that's what
household.
God respects.
That's right.
That's the only thing that God respects. Because how I know? Because he respected Abraham.
That's right.
Abraham.
He respected Abraham. He told Abraham, he said, hey, listen, man.
He does it.
He said, Abraham, I know this man will command this household after
Oh
him.
yeah.
It's going down.
Put your foot down.
You got to put your foot down when you're dealing
Wow.
with God.
That's
You
right.
got to put your foot down when you're dealing with his laws, his
That's
commandments, and statutes.
Man up.
I ain't got to put my foot down with nothing else. But what I do got to put my foot down is with this.
That's correct.
Let's go.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts,
Uh-huh.
as of woolen and linen together.
As a woolen and linen together.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the
Now, what is that? 11? Let's read that. Let's read that. Lord Tilbash, you shall not clothe. Sha'anets is mixed fabrics.
Yes.
Zemeru Fistim Yakdao together. Right? Go ahead, read. Thou shalt
make the
fringes
fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture.
So when you're adding on fringes, it's supposed to be on four corners.
Yeah.
For crying out loud.
Yeah.
What am I doing with fringes and my shirt ain't split? What am I doing putting on fringes? I ain't even split the side of my nose. I don't even put the fringes on.
That's right.
Because I'm not following the standards and the curriculum that God has set up.
Yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
You know, people put fringes on without splitting them.
I seen them.
You know, people put on fringes on their pants,
Yeah.
on their
underwears.
underwears. They take the fringes and put it on their hat.
Yeah.
One dude came and said, hey, he thought he was saying something smart. My father's sitting here. I'm sitting here, Mick sitting there, Mark, everybody's sitting around. This dude comes like he's saying something smart.
Yeah.
He said, hey. He said, God said, cover yourself with, right? I said, we all sitting down. I said, yeah. He said, you cover yourself with your blanket, don't you? He said, you're supposed to have fringes on the four corners of your blanket. And so we sitting down, we baffled. We sitting down, we like, and then I said, wait a minute, man. I read, I said, man, this thing here is only talking about beged, man.
That's right.
It's
Your
talking
vesture.
about your garment,
That's right.
your vesture.
That's right.
This was the only thing they wore.
The blanket is not your garment.
That's right.
And how to substantiate that, when King David was sick, guess what they said? It said they took clothes to cover him.
Right.
That's right. That's
They
right.
said they took clothes to cover him so that he could get
Get
heat,
warm, get warm.
so that he get warm. But that's the first and the beginning stages of dying. When your vital signs start to drop,
Start getting cold.
you don't have that bodily heat. There's a certain type of heat that you hold when you have life.
Yeah.
That's right.
When life is depleting, that drops. Your vital signs start to drop.
Yeah.
And get lesser and lesser,
And that's what-
lesser and lesser. And I've seen that by experience.
Yeah.
And that's how you know. You say, well, you know what? I said, yeah, listen here, man. I said, I don't know when. One of my brothers told me that. He said, I don't know when, man. He said, but he's on his deathbed. I said, yeah, it's close. That's the time you pull up. That's the time you pull up. You pull up. Pull up, man. Pull up. But you know what people did? They did the opposite.
The opposite. The opposite.
What's wrong with you, man? Are you out of your mind?
The opposite.
You out of your mind, man.
Opposite.
Let's go.
Verse 13.
Uh-huh.
If any man take a wife
Any man take a wife. Uh-huh.
and go in unto her
And he go into her.
and hate her.
And he hate her. You know why I had to speak on it? You know why? Because it happens. Men take wives for pleasure, just to go in. They don't really take wives because just to love her and to be my wife. Or they just want to have sex. So they take them, they go into her, and then right after they got what they want, they don't hate you and despise you. What kind of men?
Most men do that.
And this is why it's not good. Most of the time, you got to listen to the guidance of your parents. When your parents say, hey, he's not for you, hearken. Parents look at you and say, hey, son, she's not for you.
Yes.
Hearken.
Yes.
Because they see what you don't see. Oh, I could speak by experience. Oh, yes. And I ain't hearken. And I got what I got. I have to accept it because I didn't hearken. The woman, the people say, my old lady. Yeah, she's my old lady too. She's my mother, but she's my old lady. So she took me in the room. She said, come here, son. And she really was, she didn't want to be specific, but she was, I knew where she was coming from. She said, come on there, son. So I don't know the song too good, but it said, take time to know
It's not an overnight
when
thing.
it's not an overnight thing. This ain't the thing that happens overnight. It's not over. So they should say, hey, listen here, man, take your time. You are rushing into this thing here like a hare going into the slaughter.
That's right.
I listened. I should have listened. And most of the time when your parents tell you certain things and you go on and do opposite, it don't work out.
It's not
That's
gonna
right.
work.
It don't work out.
It's
That's
not
right.
It ain't
gonna
gonna work.
That's right.
It never
Ain't
works.
work.
It's gonna turn on you.
It's gonna turn.
Yeah.
It's gonna fold.
It's gonna fold, man.
You gonna look stupid. And give occasions of speech against her.
And give occasions of speech against her. Now, okay, now we're gonna learn. Okay, let's go. Let's listen here. Let's listen here. Now, if any man take a wife going unto her and hate her, and because he hated her, he gave occasion of speech against her. What is occasion of speech? In the Hebrew, it means alilot. You know what alilot means? Alilot means false accusations.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
Accusations is what people do when they are despised and hated. Those are the actions of a person that hates you.
That's right.
If I don't hate you, I'm not going to falsely accuse you. I'm not going to bring up false charges on you. No, I'm not going to do that. And that's what he did to this woman. What was the false charges? What was the false charges? Let's hear it.
And bring up an evil name upon
He
her.
brought up an evil name upon her. What was the evil name?
And say, I took this
He
woman.
said, I took this woman,
And when I came to her,
and when I came to her, when I went into her,
I found her not a
she
maid.
wasn't a maid. What is the word for maid? The word for maid is betula. It means a virgin.
Right.
Which means if you wasn't a virgin, you was either divorced. If you wasn't a virgin, you was either divorced or married. That's it.
That's the only way.
That's the only way. If you wasn't divorced or married, and you ain't no virgin, that means you was playing a whore in your father's house.
That's right.
My father, your father, did not give you to no one to be married to.
He did not permit this. He did not permit
I
this.
did not permit this or sanction this union. Go ahead.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth.
Then shall the father of the damsel
and her mother
Mhm.
take and bring forth.
Hey, wait a minute. The father of the damsel and her mother, which means it ain't just the father
It ain't just him saying
pulling and
Right,
saying,
right,
let's
right.
go. But the mother saying, no, don't do that to my, no. They both agreed on one thing,
That's right.
that this woman, the same way, they felt the same way. You know why? Me and you, the union is one.
That God,
It's one, not two.
we think like one.
We become two when I'm thinking and moving one way, and you thinking and moving opposite to the way I'm thinking.
Right.
That's not cool, man.
Right.
We can't be one.
That's right.
There's no way me and my wife is one, and we moving in opposite directions.
Right.
Different opinions.
Different opinions,
You see it different.
different thoughts.
Yeah.
You see it different than the way I see it.
Yeah.
No good.
We ain't gonna be together too long, baby.
No good. That's not a wife.
That's right.
That's not a wife.
That's an adversary.
That's an adversary. The adversary is against, to be
That's right.
against.
That's right.
Example. There was a woman named Jezebel. Isabel.
Sidonian.
That's right.
She was a Zidonian,
Right.
right? And her husband was Ahab.
Yeah.
King Ahab.
Ahab wanted the field of Naboth because it was close
Yeah.
to his
Yeah,
palace.
he wanted to switch up. Yeah.
Naboth told him, no, I can't give it to you because it's the inheritance of my father.
That's right.
So Ahab went in his house. He was sad. He was sulky. He was all sad and sulky. He didn't eat no bread. So his wife was concerned. His wife was concerned. So Jezebel passed through. She said, why are you here all down and sad? And what's wrong with you? He said, man, I asked Naboth for his field. He said, but he told me no. She said, and dost thou govern the kingdom? She said, don't worry. I'm going to get you the field of Naboth. You know what the example in that is? Her desire was to her husband.
Right.
Whatever her husband wanted, she
Yeah.
made sure she went and got it
That's right.
for him. And she was ready to do anything for her husband. You know why? Because he'll do every and anything for her. And he'll kill for her. And that's why their union is one. I kill for you, baby, and you kill for me.
That's right.
I move for you, baby, and you move for me.
That's right.
I kick for you, baby. Hey, you kick for me.
Now we can do this.
Now we can push
Now
this.
we can do this. We can serve God.
Because guess what? Nobody would get in between that.
Facts.
Not
Yeah.
children.
Facts.
Not nobody
Facts.
gets in
Nobody.
between
That's
that.
Now I
Yeah.
got a wife.
Nobody.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the token of the damsel's virginity.
Then shall what? Read that again, man.
Then shall the father
Then
of the
shall the
damsel
father of
and
who?
her mother
Father of who?
of the damsel
Of the damsel of the virgin
and her mother
and her mother.
take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the
Are we
city.
hearing this?
Uh-huh.
Where's the tokens?
What is the token?
Where are the tokens?
Tell them what the tokens is.
I have not seen the tokens in many
I
years.
have not seen one. It's everybody know what the virgins.
Where the virgins at, man? This is something that is uphold of God.
That's
And
right.
God look up to.
This is a woman.
And by all means, you know, when men keep his chastity, that's also uphold also.
That's correct.
The woman
They
gotta
go
keep her
together.
chastity
They go together.
and
That's
keep
right.
your virginity. Men don't have virginity because ain't nothing there bleeding
Nothing
and
near the
busting.
bus.
But what men do have is chastity. You
Uh-huh.
withhold your
Withhold.
chastity
That's right.
and you withdraw and you hold yourself
Withhold
back
from sexual
from being
pleasure.
promiscuous
Uh-huh.
and withdraw yourself from sexual pleasure, from being promiscuous. And you hold yourself back until
Abstinence.
you are married.
That's
That's
abstinence,
right.
not condoms.
Okay?
That's abstinence.
That's respected by God, man. Teach
That's
your
right.
daughters
That's right.
that what she had, it will never grow back.
Right.
And you'll
Mhm.
never get it again.
One
That's
time.
You keep that for that special man.
That's right.
And when you find out that special man, it don't happen 1, 2, 3 or right away.
Yes, son.
It takes time to know this person. And number one, a special man serves God.
Yeah.
Number one.
That's number one.
That's what makes him special. That's what makes him
That's
good.
number one.
That's what makes him good.
That's what make you good.
Good. That's a good man.
That's what make the woman good. That's what make the men good. Serve God
That's right.
in sincerity
Mhm.
and in
True.
truth. That's what make you good, man.
Mhm.
Teach your daughters the
Yeah,
importance
man.
of keeping her
Yeah, man.
virginity.
Don't-
Yeah.
man.
It's not something to just
Yeah,
give
man.
away.
Yeah, man.
Why are you in a rush to let that go?
Yeah, just give it up to anybody, man.
When the majority of the men today is no good.
No good.
Majority of the women today is no good.
No
Yeah.
toe.
If you're not pursuing righteousness and holiness.
You no good.
Let's go.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders,
The damsel father shall say unto the elders,
I gave my daughter unto
he
this
said,
man
I
to
gave my
wife,
daughter to this man.
and he hated her.
And he hated her.
And lo, he had given the cases of speech
And
against
lo, he
her,
gave her false accusations against her.
saying,
He said, what he said?
I found not thy daughter
He
a
said,
maid.
man, when I went into her, man, she wasn't a virgin.
That's
And
right.
yet these are the
And,
tokens.
and hey,
I got proof.
which means I got proof. Because all virgins bleed.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's right.
They have a hymen.
That's right.
Hymen.
Yeah.
When you have that hymen and you penetrate it, you bleed. If you ain't bleeding, then I don't know what's wrong. It's been busted or something's wrong.
It's been tampered with.
It's been tampered with or something happened.
Yeah.
Hymen, when you have a hymen, you bleed.
You believe. You're gonna believe.
You're gonna bleed. Look, I just knew a woman that just lost her virginity. She bled. She bled. How I know? Because a man came and told me. He said, man, I had the virgin born woman. She bled. Hymen is something that causes the virgin to bleed.
Yeah.
Tom Sheep. Because if it wasn't so, then God is a liar to that.
No, he's not.
That's the indication of being a virgin.
So
The
okay,
indication.
then God is a liar then. You're gonna prove God wrong. No, there is something that comes comes from that.
Yeah.
And the woman have to have that rag or that whatever under it to
Sheet.
catch that sheet.
Wherever that blood could on.
All right, go ahead, read.
And they shall spread the cloth
Uh-huh.
before the elders of the city.
Uh-huh.
And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall immerse him.
You gonna take him, I'm gonna chastise you, and you gotta pay. Read.
100 shekels of
100
silver.
shekels of what?
Silver.
Of silver.
And give them unto the father
Give
of the
them to
damsel,
the father of the damsel.
because he had brought up an evil
Because you
name
done brought up an evil name against a
upon
virgin in Israel. Go ahead,
And she
read.
shall be his wife.
And she gonna be your wife.
He may not put
You
her
can never
away.
divorce her. That was the thing with marriage woman, with women that was virgins. When you penetrate a virgin, there's no divorce for a virgin.
Right.
You can't divorce no virgin. Because you are first. You can't divorce no virgin. Time sheet.
And she shall be his wife.
She shall be
He
his
may
wife.
not put her away all his
I
days.
can't divorce you none of my days. As long as I live, I can never divorce you. Read.
But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, and they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house,
To the door of her
and the
father's
men of her
house.
city.
Remember that. Hold up.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
When we sin, we bring the offering to the petak. Petak is the opening of the tabernacle, or the violator to the opening of the tabernacle. Right?
Right.
So now, when the daughter has to be brought to the entrance of her father's house because she violated her father
Right.
by being promiscuous and having sex in her father's house.
Right.
So now the damsel got to be brought to what?
To the door
To the door
of her father's
of her
house.
father
And the men of her city
and the men of her city.
shall stone her with
You're
stones.
going to
that she
die now for being promiscuous,
That's right.
man.
I'm dead.
You're going to die for being promiscuous. You got to die. That's a death penalty by God.
That's right.
And you got to rule yourself and train yourself to agree with that.
That's
That's
correct.
right.
There's no disagreeing with that, man.
You gotta hold
I got
that
the
down.
God-given right to push your weight back if
That's
you're
right.
being promiscuous,
That's
man.
right.
You gotta hold that down. That's right.
Yes, you got to hold that down
That's right.
because that's what God says.
Follow these chicks, man.
That's what God says. There's a lot of things in here that God said that you die for.
That's right.
Adultery is one.
That's right.
Huh? What else?
Shabbat.
Fighting your period.
When you profane the Sabbath day is one.
Right.
Honor your father and your mother.
When you smite your parents
That's
is
right.
one.
That's right.
There's a lot of things that God said you have to die for.
Yeah.
There's death penalty.
You can't disagree with that.
There's
It's a
death
death
penalties
penalty,
in
man. Death penalty. And it said, so shall Israel hear and fear,
Yeah.
do no more such wickedness.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
because I know the severity and the importance of this violation, that's what put the fear in me to pull away and say, hey, wait a minute, I am afraid. I don't want to get put to death.
Yeah.
I don't want to get caught. I don't want to die. So therefore, I got to pull away from this. I'm not doing that.
Stone.
Judgment instills fear.
That's right.
The penalty for violation of the commandments of God. That's read.
Because it said, the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among
Yo,
you.
did y'all not see that? I took the alcohol up, opened it, and put it in my mouth.
Because you
No, almost, but I
because you're
tasted
in the
it.
zone right now. You're in the zone right now. I understand.
Go ahead, read.
If a man be found lying with a woman married to a
If a
husband,
man be found lying with a woman that's married to a man, read.
then they shall both of them die.
Then they shall both of them die.
Both the man that lay with the
The
woman
man that lay with the woman
and the woman.
and the woman.
So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
So shall I put away evil from what? From Israel.
From
Read.
Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin
If a damsel that's a virgin,
be betrothed to a husband,
she's betrothed, she's engaged.
That's
Uh-huh.
right.
Okay?
uh-huh.
Read.
and a man find her in the city and lie with her,
Man find her in the city and lie with her.
Then ye shall bring them both out of the
Bring
gate of
them
that
both
city,
to the gate of the city.
and ye shall stone them with stones that
And
ye
stone
die.
them with stones that they die.
The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he had humbled his neighbor's
The
wife.
damsel, because she didn't cry not, she didn't cry, and him.
And the man,
and
because he had humbled his neighbor's wife.
Uh-huh.
So thou shalt put away evil from among you.
Tamshi.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field,
Found a betrothed damsel in the field,
and the man force her,
and the man forced her, he rapes her,
and lie with
and
her,
he lied with her,
then the man only
shall die because
her.
he forced her.
Yeah, he forced her.
She wasn't willingly.
No,
She didn't give that up willingly. I was forced into giving that up. Go ahead, read.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, so even so is this matter.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. From the top.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his ass.
Deuteronomy 4. Watch it.
I got you.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's messing up.
He said, now, therefore,
hearken, O Israel,
Uh-huh.
unto the statutes,
unto
and
the
unto
statutes
judgments,
and unto the judgments
which I teach you,
which
for
I
to do
teach you for to do them. I'm not teaching you this just to know. God taught us and gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes so that we can fulfill it, so that we can start or begin to put it into effect.
Right.
To do them,
That's
not
right.
just to read.
That's right.
That's what happens in the beginning.
That's right.
In the beginning, if you have any desire or will to serve God, you'll read and not fulfill.
Right.
But then after a while of reading, it starts to bear down on you that all this knowledge that I'm knowing according to what God said, I have to begin to start putting it into effect.
That's right.
You should. That's right.
And that's where I'm at now, man.
Yeah.
I don't read just to read no more.
That's right.
I read to better myself with God.
Right.
Right.
That's the only way to better yourself with God. We read to better ourselves with the Creator. You read to become a better man.
That's right.
You read to have better thoughts and better thinking patterns. Change your ways.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, you read to gain knowledge by study. You learn by studying. You learn by being instructed. And you also can learn from experience.
That's right.
Those are the three main things that you learn from. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you for to do them, that ye may live, and go in and possess the land which the Lord thy God of your fathers giveth you. You shall not add unto the word.
You shall not add unto the word
which I command you.
Which I command you.
Neither shall you diminish aught from it.
Exactly. I just told my Isha today, I said, hey, when you read, we cannot add and put something there that's not there.
Right.
That's right.
When we read, we cannot take away from what we read. Because now we have altered it and profaned God's word. Okay? You say you can't add and you can't take away.
That's right.
You got to leave it for what it is.
Leave it the way
Write it there. If the book don't say it takes 15 minutes for a dough to get leavened, then where you get that from?
Yeah.
Judaism.
Where in the world you get that from, man?
That's Judaism.
Nowhere in the Tanakh, nowhere in the Torah, you can show me where God said, where Aaron said that it takes 15, 10, 12, 20 minutes for this dough to knead. When you knead it, it becomes leaven.
That's Judaism.
Come on, man. You don't read that nowhere, man. So why we put things there that's not there?
That's right. They following Judaism.
Why? Why we do these things?
That's where they get it.
Let's go.
That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you.
That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Tom Sheik.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
He said, you seen what God did because of Baal Peor. Baal means Lord, Peor. Baal means opening. Lord of the opening. Okay? And when you're serving Baal Peor, there was a lot of perverted acts. Sexual, lewd, and perverted acts that was included in it.
And those are abominations.
Okay? And all the sexual and perverted and lewd acts that was included in it was sodomitish acts.
That's right.
Sodomitish acts. Now the sodomite is not only man that sleeps with man.
No.
A sodomite is not only woman that sleeps with woman.
No.
It is also anal sex and oral sex.
That's right.
What am I doing on my knees, bro?
Oh my goodness.
Get off your knees,
Yeah.
man.
You hear that?
Get off your knees.
You hear that?
What are you doing down there? That's not what God wants. That's not what God, that's not the order and the structure that God has set up. That is an abomination.
You are not the plumber.
That's an abomination, man. And when we do these sodomitious acts, guess what? You are following after or going after the ways of Baal Peor.
That's
right.
Okay?
Now, the word go after, right? It means to go after means subsequent to and in view of. You know what in view is? In view of?
Point of view.
Point of view. We have the same views.
That's right.
What are we doing looking at this situation the same way?
Same way.
If we're supposed to be different.
That's right.
I'm supposed to be different from you because I live differently and we call on different. I call on the true and living God.
That's right.
You call on idols and deities. So our ways is supposed to be different and our thinking pattern is supposed to be different. But listen here. All right? Go ahead. So now hold up. To resemble. When you go after, you resemble. To resemble means to be like. To resemble means to be like, to look like. Everything I do is the same like you. There's no difference. See, I don't have to pray. All I gotta do is be the same, like unto you, as the people. And I'm going after your God.
That's right.
And I'm going after their God.
That's
follow
right.
the people
because you're following after their ways and their customs and their traditions, and we look the same, right? In accordance with means
I agree.
We agree. We agree.
I see it how you see it.
I see it how you see it. We both agree.
Yeah.
That's a problem. What are we doing agreeing on the same thing when the laws of God tells us differently? But because I have a heathenistic mentality, this is what pulls you away from having a heathenistic mentality.
Right.
Reading this is what changes your pattern of thought.
That's right.
That's what this does.
That's right.
It changes your pattern of thought.
Correct.
It
right.
changes your actions.
Right.
It changes your ways.
Right.
It changes your behavior.
Right.
It changes your thoughts. It changes everything about you
That's
to
right.
be godly
That's right.
and holy
That's right.
towards God, to be towards God.
Right.
That's what this does.
That's right.
Let's go.
He said, for all the men that followed Baal
For
Peor,
all the men that follow Baal
the
Peor,
Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you.
the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you. Time sheet.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
Now, he said, ye that did cleave to the Lord thy God, all of you are alive this day. Right? What does cleave mean? Cleave means to join.
That's right.
Cleave means to be attached.
That's right.
Cleave means to cling. All right? What is joined? To form one unit. To be one with God. And in order to be one with God, you got to follow these laws, commandments, and statutes. Follow his ways. Change your ways.
That's right.
Okay? To attach means to bind oneself to observe. To cling means to have a strong emotional attachment to God. When you have that strong emotional attachment, it's hard to pull away. You know, look at the man and look at the woman. The man is strongly and emotionally attached. The woman harder than the man. She said, "Well, I can't mess with you no more, John. It's over. I can't mess with you." And you call him and say, "Baby, I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't drink water. I can't do nothing." The man don't want to work. He don't want to do nothing for himself. He said, "Baby, I'm sick. I'm sick of your love."
Come on.
The reason why we rise is because in the book it states that we rise for the Sabah. The Sabah is the gray head.
That's right.
He's the gray head and honor the face of the old man. He's gray. You ain't got to show it, man. I know you. I know you, Gray Shebu. Sit down. Have a seat, dear governor.
You can't sit
So that's why we rise with the gray. When the parent walks in, you'll see that I will rise for my mother.
That's right.
Because that's my mom's. And
Right,
that's the
right.
honor and the respect
Honor
that
and
I
respect.
notice, that I see, and that I read that Solomon did for his mother.
That's right.
She asked permission to come into the throne. Solomon is sitting on his throne.
That's right.
She asked permission. When she came in, Solomon rose up.
That's right.
The first thing he did, he said, "Man, get that seat." He said, "Put her on my right side."
That's right. Sit to my
He said,
right.
"Sit right here, Mom." He said, "Come on and sit right here." Man, do we know the honor that our parents, that the children did? Look, there were some men that the father in the room and the child come in. The child come in, look at his father. He said, "Shalom, Allah." And this was the next thing they did, was bow. Bow to him and get up. That's honor. They
That's right.
come in and they bow before their mother. Get up.
Right.
Anybody cross that, you're dead.
Yeah.
You can't cross that, man.
Don't
You
get
know what I would do for my mother,
Don't get
man?
in between
I
that.
go to the ends of the earth.
Yeah.
I said, I'll go to the ends of the earth and leap.
That's
Yeah.
right.
And leap.
Yeah.
She ain't got to do a life up for me. I'm going to give it up before she even decides. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
My father, too. Come on, father, let's
Yeah.
go.
Instant reaction.
Before he get hit, I'm going to get hit. I'm stepping in front. I take it.
Yeah.
That's what I do for my father and my mother.
They
You ain't
come
thinking like that, man. You on the road to a real dark path.
That's right.
I'm here for my parents to
A real
lean on.
dark
That's
path.
right.
Go ahead,
Where we
lean
at?
on me. I got you.
Where we at, Chief?
4.
Let's go.
But ye that did cleave unto the
For
Lord
ye
your
that
God
did cleave unto the Lord your God,
are alive, every
or
one of
alive
you
every
this day.
one of you this day. Tamshi.
Behold, I
Behold,
have taught you
He
statutes
said, I taught you statutes
and judgment,
and judgments.
even as the Lord my
Even
God
as the
commanded
Lord
me,
my God commanded me.
that ye should do so in the land, whither ye go to possess it.
Uh-huh.
Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom.
He said,
and your
keep these laws, keep these commandments. He said, and do them.
Yeah, do 'em.
He said, for what?
For this is your wisdom
This is your wisdom
and your understanding
and your
in
understanding
the sight of the nation,
in the sight of the nations,
which shall hear.
amongst the people.
That's right.
Not us going to teach the world.
No.
They gonna see.
They're going to see it, and that, by them seeing it, that's
Let
what's
them
going
come.
to draw them
Let
to
them
you.
come. Let them come. That's right.
But we don't have to go out
We
there and
gotta
teach
go out
no
there.
world.
Nah.
Teach, talking about God's
Teach your
people.
children
No, God said for me to teach my children
diligently.
diligently. I ain't got to go out there and teach the world. Teach nobody nothing.
That's right.
They come, they inquire, I teach. Go ahead and read.
This is your wisdom and your understanding
This is my wisdom and my
in
understanding
the sight of the
in
nation,
the sight of the nation.
which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding
Understanding
people.
people.
For what nation is there so great, who have God so nigh unto
What
them?
nation had a God
No.
so close to them that what?
So nigh unto
So
them
close to
as the
them,
Lord our God
as
is
the
in
Lord
all
our
things
God is in all
that we
things.
call upon
Because
him
while
for.
we traveled in the wilderness, what was before us? The pillar of cloud. And at night, you had a pillar of fire. And those pillar of cloud and pillar of fire were used as guides, not to keep you warm.
No.
Like I hear brother say, the pillar of fire, the pillar of fire, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. It's to keep you warm. I said, where you get that from, man? Nowhere in the book said that. You don't know. No, you don't know. It's to guide you, man. That's why God put that pillar of fire in the cloud there, to guide you through the wilderness, because we didn't know the way. We didn't know the path. Without that guide, we won't go into mudslides, quicksand. We needed that.
You need that fire. You need that light.
You need that light, and you need that cloud.
You need that cloud
to
to show
guide
you the way. That's right.
Go ahead.
And what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I said?
There's no nation. Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Yorubas, none of those cliques had laws that were so righteous. That's what we read in here. But the reason why people pull away from it, because it's a lot of restrictions.
That's right.
It restricts you from doing things that you like.
That's right.
It restricts you from doing things that you desire.
That's right.
It restricts you from doing things that I want to get into.
Yeah.
Now I gotta change my likes to be God's likes.
That's right.
I gotta change my likes to be God's likes. Whatever God like, I gotta train myself to like that.
That's right.
Whatever God accept, I gotta train myself to accept that.
That's right.
Whatever God don't accept, I gotta train myself not to accept it.
That's right.
It's plain and easy. It's easy, man. We make it hard by being stubborn, by being unyielding, by not conforming, by not agreeing, by seeing it different, and having your own opinions and as ifs and buts and adding in and taking away to suit your mind.
That's right.
To suit yourself.
That's right.
Go ahead, let's go.
Only take heed to thyself.
Only take heed to thyself. You know what take heed to thyself means? The word take heed means shamar. Shamar means to be on guard with your soul. To be on guard with your soul. Be on guard with yourself. We have to be on point with ourselves. Because when you go to do something that is lawful and right by God, there's another thought that pulls you away and tell you, hey, you ain't got to do that. Hey, give you a headache. You say, and then you call it, I don't feel like coming right now. I just don't feel bad. I just don't feel like coming. I feel sluggish. I got a little headache. I got this. But you ain't better than no sick on the hospital in jail. So now I got to defeat that thing. That's what it's called, a thing. That evil thing that's in you, that's detouring you and pulling you away from serving God. They said, well, you know what? Let me get up. Man, I don't feel like going. I said, but listen here. You ain't going to do that to me, oh wicked one. You got to start talking to yourself. Because what's in you is what's causing you, is what pulling you away.
That's right.
You are your own worst enemy.
That's right.
I am my own worst enemy. You is your own worst. Every one of you is your own worst enemy, and you won't pull yourself away. Don't blame nobody else. You are the one that pulled yourself away from God. Because you fed your soul and told yourself that foolishness.
That's right.
That I don't feel like coming. And you don't know. Certain things have an effect on your spirit. Why are you telling yourself such things? Because guess what? Your soul begins to believe it, and you're going to fall victim to it. I don't feel like it. And then it starts to increase. And it enhances. And then you get sleepy.
Yeah.
And I fell asleep. I really didn't feel. Man, get up, man.
Get up.
Get up. You know, the original day of worship was Shabbat. But Rome, Emperor Constantine, changed the original day of the seventh day, which was the Shabbat, to be observed on Sunday, which is in the Greek word, Sunday, which is the day of the sun. Sunday.
That's right.
All religions worship the sun.
That's right.
Sunday.
Stem from astrology.
They have a trinity.
They think it's
All that.
they think it's changed.
So the original day of worship is Saturday.
That's correct. That's
But
the
Emperor
Shabbat.
Rome Constantine changed it to Sunday. So now we have
Changed it.
Christian followers going to church. It's because you see in the house, you hear him from a block away. Boom, bap, boom, bap, boom, bap, boom, bap, boom, bap, boom, bap. And you ain't learned nothing. You go ahead, pump that, breaking the sweat. Hallelujah. Put that, put that, put them in the and everybody keep going, they keep going all day, preaching sweat. Hey, sister Jacobe. Everybody, sister, brother John. What you learn today? He said, I learned that God love a cheerful giver.
Yeah.
He said, God learned, that's the only thing you learn
That's
Yeah, God is good.
in church. Is
That's
that
all
God
they say.
loves a cheerful giver. As many times as that plate go around, fill the plate up,
That's why
brother.
right.
My father was a deacon.
That's why they play.
And when that plate go around, guess what? The plate goes in the back. My father was a deacon in the church, in the Catholic church.
Yeah.
The plate goes in the back.
And if it
The
ain't enough,
deacon and two other deacons open up the envelopes.
This ain't enough.
Because God be
So
split
God
three
can
ways.
split up.
God split three ways, and you got to have enough to pay the bills in the church.
Right, that ain't enough.
They didn't know.
Three
Nah,
ways.
they'll run again.
Hey, listen, Deacon Hogmore.
don't go to church.
Hey, Reverend Porkchop.
But yeah.
That's not enough.
Get some more.
Let's send the plate around.
That's right. Pass it
They
on.
send the plate, and it goes around again. The preacher go up there. Hey,
Music,
while the
music,
music playing,
music.
they go to music.
Need
Boom, that,
music.
boom, that, boom,
Need
that, boom, that, boom, that,
music.
boom, that.
Get
Hey,
them
God
happy.
loves a cheerful giver.
Y'all
Pass the
know
plate
that
around, Deacon Hogmore. Pass the plate around. And everybody put it in.
That's what get them cheerful.
The third time, he said he put it around. He said, we got enough.
We got more than enough now.
They split it
The
up.
rent could get paid, and the split up between, hey, my father said, he said, man, he noticed the reverend came to church in a bike, in a BMX dirt bike.
That's how he started the church.
That's how he started. A couple months later, the man he had an Escalade. The back of the Escalade, it says high roller,
Holy roller.
holy roller.
That's what it said.
Yeah.
In red.
But one thing I respect
People like
one thing I respect about those churchgoers, they take care of their preacher.
Oh yeah.
I tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Take care of
They
that.
don't care. They say, hey,
Take care of the
the
church.
preacher is taking. I don't care. It's for the preacher. That's my preacher.
I'm gonna be there.
Right.
He needs to get taken care of.
You know the preacher's a girl?
Shoot.
You know the preacher's a girl? I don't care. He's a good speaker.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Only take heed
And
to thyself.
I didn't learn this by going to church because I wasn't raised in the church.
Right.
I was what's the word? I was blessed. That's what you call blessed.
Yes, sir.
I was
Privileged.
blessed
You grew up privileged.
and privileged to learn
Yes, sir.
and know and be taught who the true and living God is
Day one. That's right.
from day one. I was privileged to know the things and what to do to please God, because you can't hug him, you can't kiss him. You ain't gonna chase my God and put him on the cross and hang him up on the cross. And the same dude you hung on the cross, you know what he said? He called out to God. He said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Uh-huh.
But guess what? He didn't get that out of his. You know where he get that from? David,
That's right.
King David. That was the Psalms of
That's
David.
songs. Right there.
Those was the Psalms of David. And these people
The
use
copy, man.
exactly. It's all a copy. They copy. They
Got the
pull
copy.
things out the Old Testament.
Yeah. Take a
All
little
right.
bit out.
Let's go. Let's read. Let's enough for that right there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen.
What verse you at?
Verse 9.
Okay,
Only
go
take
ahead.
heed to thyself, keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen.
You know what that mean, man? He said, take heed to your soul. He said, lest what?
Lest thou forget
Lest you forget
the things
the
which
things
thine eyes have
that
seen.
thine eyes have seen. And you know what? Something, I'm going to give you an example. And when God opened your eyes to certain things, we got to use that for strength.
Yeah, that's a boost.
We was all locked up. Right? And a certain man was locked up with me. Right? So when they call you out the bullpen, guess where you go from the bullpen? You know, brother. We both convicts. Don't act like you don't know, John. We both convicts. He said, we go to see the judge. When they pull you from the bullpen, they take you to go see the judge. The cop pulled this individual from the bullpen like he was possessed. He said, put his finger in his face.
Real hard.
He said, I am not taking you to see the judge.
Yeah.
Took him. He said, you see that door? He said, leave. So the man looked at him. He said, I don't got no money. I don't got no check. He said, leave. Who you think that was? That was God. That was God, man. I have to take that and use that for strength. He was the only one that was released.
Yeah.
Everybody else sat.
Saw the judge.
Saw the judge, got remanded, and sent back to them. Sent back
Back
there.
to the cell. That's right.
Father called me and said, hey, man. He said, man, listen, man, I'm going to get you a lawyer. I said, listen, Harbor, man. I said, I don't want no lawyer. I said, leave me here. Let me sit here until God is ready to let me out. I'm good.
He let you out.
I ain't worried about, as God lives, I ain't worried about nobody bothering me.
You ain't got to worry about
I'm not worried about that. I never was worried about that.
that. I know that, brother. I know that.
Never was doubting that. I'm not afraid to do no time, and I'm not afraid of nobody coming after me. Leave me alone. Let me sit in here. Don't worry about borrowing no money. None of that. And that's when your trust is in God, man.
There we go.
And then He's going to kick you out of there. Everybody, I say that to tell you everything has a limit in the time. This person's time was shorter than mine. That's why he got let out so quick. Mine was a little longer. This one was a little shorter than this one. Mine was. Everybody has a limit in the time schedule. God deals with everything in time. Sometimes it wasn't meant for me to meet you right now. Because if I met you earlier, you would have rejected everything that I told you.
That's right.
So God would make it so, hey, now this man is able to meet this person right now. Reveal to that person the ways and the truth in God. And that because that person now is able to hearken and he or she has a more open mind to come towards God. But if I met you 15 years, or you 20 years before,
Dismissed.
oh man, listen, what? I ain't with that, man. Everybody here, they would have walked away. They've been done. Go ahead, read.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligent, lest thou forget the
Only
things.
take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligent.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life.
Never forget it. I gotta always remember that and use that for strength. Go ahead, read.
But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me.
That was a sight, man. He said, especially
don't forget that day.
The day when what?
When thou stoodest before
when
the
we
Lord,
stood before God,
thy God in Horeb,
the mountain of Horeb.
When the Lord said unto me,
gather when God said, listen, that mountain, dude,
aka Mount Sinai,
was in flames. The presence of God inflamed the whole mountain range of Mount Sinai. And if that's not enough, look, I know it ain't enough. But when scientists come on Discovery Channel and announce that the whole mountain range was covered with sulfur, he said the whole mountain range is covered with sulfur. He said, well, it seems as if the mountain has been burning for a long period of time.
It was burning for a long time.
It had to burn for a long period of time to develop sulfur. It just ain't gonna burn and then put it out. And no, sulfur is developed when something has been on fire for a very long time.
Extremely long.
That's what the scientists
They
say.
say it smells like a matchstick out there.
Yeah, it smells burnt. Yeah, that's what the scientists said up to this day. And God left that for non-believers, witnesses that this God do exist. Non-believers, because you still gonna have people that want proof.
Yeah.
You're going to still have people that don't believe. Because everybody don't have the, what you call blind allegiance, like Abraham.
Right.
Some people, you're going to have to show examples to. Some people, they don't want proof. You ain't got to show me no proof.
That's right.
I don't need no proof. I'm not going to ask you why.
That's right.
Why there was a blue. Why is the blue used for fringes?
That's right.
I don't want to know why. God said use it, use it.
That's right.
God said do it, do it.
That's right.
That's the mindset we need to serve God.
That's right.
Whatever God said, we got to follow it. We cannot question it. We can't question it. It's not the question why, do or die. Do it or die. Thompson, read.
When the Lord said unto me, gather the people together, and I will make them
When
hear
the
my
Lord
words.
said unto me, what?
Gather me the people together,
Gather me the people together.
and I will make them hear my words.
And I will make them hear my words. These people heard the voice of God at the Mount Sinai. Go ahead. Hear my words.
That
Read.
they may learn to fear
That
me
they may learn to fear me
all the days,
all the
that
days
they shall live upon the earth,
that they shall live upon the earth. Go ahead.
and
Hit
that
it.
they may teach their children. And you came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye
The
heard
voice of God came out.
out of the midst of the fire.
Read.
And ye heard the voice of the word,
You heard the voice.
but saw no similitude.
But you, what verse you at?
12.
He said you heard the voice, but you ain't seen no image.
That's right.
You ain't seen no
You ain't seen
picture.
a
That's
shape.
right.
Because these people, love images, man.
Yeah.
Man, you tell the guys in medicine God is against images. What do you mean? I can't have an image of my
There
son.
we go. There we
I
go.
said, there you go, man. I said, there you go. I said, we got to read the book, man. And whatever the book say, we got to follow it. God is against images. The word temuna means pictures.
That's right.
All right? Now, in Exodus 20, it states, right? Let's read what it says there. Stay where you at, right? In Exodus 20, it says, and God spake all his words, saying, he said, I am the Lord thy God, which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. He said, I am the God that delivered you out of the hand of these Egyptians.
Right.
Egypt was the first world power.
Right.
Notice that.
That's correct.
Egypt was the first world power,
Oh, very long
and they
time.
dealt with many gods.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He said, thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Mhm.
You know what that means? We can't put nothing before the Creator.
That's right.
That
Nah,
We
is
can't put nothing before
Not
his
even
laws.
me. Not even
We
me.
can't put nothing before his commandments.
That's right.
God is number one in your life.
That's right.
Your
Nah,
priority in life is God's laws, his commandments, and his statutes.
That's
So
right.
we got to read it,
You
do
hear that?
it, and don't allow nobody to get in between that.
That's right.
Don't allow nobody to get in between that, man.
Nah, perfect.
Because now when you
Yeah.
allow people to get in between that, now the Most High is not your God no more.
You serve him.
Whatever you allow to get in between that,
That's what you
That's
serve.
that person or that thing becomes your God.
Yeah. Yeah. You hear that?
You serve him.
Okay?
Oh,
It says, now, it said, thou shalt not make unto thyself a graven image or nor any likeness. The word likeness is temuna. Everybody know what temuna means.
Pictures.
Temuna means pictures.
Yes.
Pictures.
Pictures.
But Israelites read over that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, they read over that.
They say, don't do
Because
that.
they say, oh, it don't mean that.
Yeah.
I can have it, but I'm not praying to it. But the book don't say that. He
That's
said,
what you
no
say.
any likeness of anything that's in the heaven above, earth beneath, nor that is in the waters under the earth. God does not deal with pictures
You're
and
supposed to
images.
have it.
Go ahead, read.
And you came near and stood under the mountain,
Uh-huh.
and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven,
Uh-huh.
with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye
Uh-huh.
heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude.
So no similitude.
Only ye heard a voice.
Uh-huh.
And he declared unto you his covenant,
He
which he
declared
commanded.
unto you his covenant. He declared unto you his agreement.
That's right.
We went into agreement with God.
This the thing.
A covenant, a deal, a pact.
Contract.
You know, a contract. You know what that is? To have a contract with God, to have an agreement with God, and you look at yourself and say, man, who am I? Who am I to go into contract on an agreement with God, man? I got a deal with God. And the deal was, let's go. We're going to read about it. What was the covenant?
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments.
10 commandments.
And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
Wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
Take ye therefore good heed to yourself, which means be on guard with yourself.
For ye saw no manner of similitude.
He said, because you didn't see no image, you ain't seen no picture, you ain't seen no similitude.
On the
day
that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb, out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves.
Lest you corrupt yourself. Shakat. Shin chet tau. Now, the things that I'm doing will cause me to be corrupt by God. Okay? What does the word shakat means? Shakat means to be corrupt. Shakat means to be ruined. Shakat means to be marred. What is corrupt? To alter from the original and correct form. To alter means to change from the structure that God has set up. To change from the structure that God has set up. It ain't just the law. It's the structure also of commanding your house. It's the structure of the laws. It's the structure that tells me how to deal with a righteous man or a woman. The structure consists of way of living. Structure of everything. Of how to live. Right? To ruin means what? Subject to frustration and failure. Right? To mar. Mar means what? To detract from the perfection of. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And make you a graven image.
Make you a graven image.
The similitude of any figure.
Graven image, it means a fesel. A fesel is an idol, a false god, a form or appearance visible without substance. Without substance means what? Without life. It's dead.
Right.
It's not alive.
It's just matter.
It's not alive. Read.
The similitude of any figure. The likeness.
The similitude of any figure. The word for figure is a samel. Samel means a symbol, an emblem, or an image. Which means we didn't deal with emblems and we didn't deal with symbols.
Okay.
There's nowhere in the book you can show me where there was a Star of David.
That's right.
Nowhere in the book you can show me where we had a 6-pointed star, which is a demonic emblem, a demonic symbol. 5-point stars and 6-point stars with 2 emblems within the circle. One is to look, man. I told you, man. There was a man that lived on the dark side, and when you draw that 5-point star, and when you draw that 6-point star, and you draw that circle of it, what you're supposed to do after that was step in the middle. And you do your conjuring up, and one is to cast off the spirit, and one is to bring the spirit. That's what the use of the 5-point star and the 6-point star is. And it behooves you not to allow people in your house with these emblems, with these demonic emblems, with these crosses, and Nike emblems. All these things are symbols and emblems of deities and Greek goddesses.
That's right.
Devils. Go ahead.
The likeness of male or female. The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of what?
The likeness of male or female.
The likeness, tabnit. Likeness of male or female. Read.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
Likeness of any beast that's on the earth.
The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air.
Read.
The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground.
Likeness of anything that creep on the ground.
The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them.
Now, this don't mean you can have it as long as you don't worship it. See, grown men that didn't finish school with no comprehension.
That's true. It's true.
No comprehension skills. You read it, And you can't comprehend.
A lot of people are like
Because I stopped going to school from 6th grade.
that. A lot of people are like that.
I stopped going to school in 8th grade. And I have not complete my scholastic my scholastic views. I didn't finish school.
Very, very low.
Scholastic
Yeah.
studies. Oh, Governor.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I thank you. I was looking for the word. Scholastic studies. And people read and can't comprehend. Can't comprehend not a thing they read. That's why they say that. You can have it, but don't worship it. That was the next verse. She said, and unless you look up into the heavens and see the sun, moon, and stars and all the hosts of heaven, and you've been driven. You know what driven means? You start to get some type of urge or desire to worship this thing. You know, a person came in and said, "What? You don't think the sun is God? No, fool.
That's their urge. That's
the sun ain't God.
No
the sun was put here for a purpose.
That's right.
God put the sun here for seasons and signs and wonders. That's it. Time.
Give us time.
The moon too. Time. She.
And serve them, which the Lord should be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance.
All right, cut that. I got a whole lot to bring. And if I stay here messing around with that, I gotta hit and move. So let's go. Let's cut that. Let's cut that, and let's go. Let's stay in the. We're gonna go. Let's go. Let's go to Ruth. Let's go to Ruth.
Book of Ruth.
Yeah, let's go to Ruth. Let's go to Ruth, chapter 1. We only had righteous men, man. We had some righteous women. And I learned a lot from these righteous women in this book of how mannerism, how I should be by reading these things about this woman. And the name of this woman was Naomi. Father looked at my mom. He said, "Man," he said, "You are pleasant to me." He said, "Therefore, your name shall be Naomi." That's what Naomi means. My pleasantness. My pleasantness. You ain't name her rag or floor. Nah, that's not, my woman ain't that to me. My woman is pleasant to me. He said, "Man, your name is Naomi." Let's go. Let's read. Ruth chapter 1.
Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled that there was a famine.
It came to pass in the days when the judges ruled. You know what that means? There was no king.
Okay.
There was no kings at this time.
Judges take care of
the judges took care of everything. Go ahead, read.
There was a famine in the land.
There was a famine in the land.
And a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his 2 sons Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they came into the country of Moab and continued there. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left and her 2 sons. And they took them wives of the women of Moab. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth.
Now, remember now, God gave Israel command to wipe out Moab and Ammon. But we had a better idea. We married into their daughters. We took on their customs, their traditions, and we served their gods. And a plague broke out amongst the midst because we followed after the customs of Moab. But remember now, God left them to be a thorn in our side, right? So that we can prove ourselves and our loyalty to God.
Right.
Because guess what? Now, see, look, the Hittites also was supposed to be destroyed.
All of the Canaanites.
These people was left. Now, God, what's the word? Accepts. God accepts those that was able to accept God, accept the Most High, leave off from what they was taught and serve God. All right, and that's why we had these nations and these people still around. I don't remember the whole quote, but I'll remember later. Go ahead, read.
The name of the one was And then she arose with her daughters. Yeah, and they took them wives of the woman of Moab. The name one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth.
Orpah. The other one name was Ruth.
And they dwelt there about 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And Mahlon and Chilion died also.
Mahlon and Chilion died. Naomi's husband died, who was Elimelech. And then the two boys. All the men died. The natural reaction of the woman today, when the root and the backbone is gone, the woman revert back to her past.
Right. They go back to church.
They go back to church, or they go back to what they was taught.
That's right.
Okay? Because they have not been fortified, and they didn't get stable, and they didn't get any strength while the man was alive. You know, my pastor, he said, hey. He said, hey, suck strength now, son.
That's right.
My father always said that. He said, hey, son. He said, suck some strength now. He said, I am the strength, son. He talked some hard words.
That's right.
He said, I'm the strength. He said, I am the strength. He said, I don't get dull.
That's right.
He said, you need the sword. You need the sword to be sharpened. He said, come on, sharpen it here. He said, oh, you want to get sharpened? He said, sharpen here. Everybody come bring their swords and sharpen it on me. Because you ain't gonna dull me. You know why? Because the strength was in the keeping of the laws of God.
Yeah.
That was his strength. So whatever is your strength, suck your strength from what you suck your strength and get your strength. Wives, get your strength from your man. Get your strength from your husband. Not the husband getting the strength from the woman.
All right,
you ain't showing. You don't got no strength in God.
You hear that?
You're not showing no strength in God. All right. And wisdom comes to the husband first.
That's right.
Go ahead, Tom C.
And the woman was left of her 2 sons and her husband.
The woman was left with two sons and her husband. Read.
Then she arose with her daughters-in-law, that she might return from the country of Moab. For she had heard in the country of Moab how that the Lord had visited his people in giving them bread. Wherefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return unto the land of Judah.
You know why these women followed this woman? Naomi had 2 sons, and Orpah and Ruth married her husbands. The 2 women that married her sons looked at Naomi as their mother.
Right. That's right.
That was the custom of the nation, man.
That's right.
When I took my wife looked at my mother as her own mother. When I took my wife to be my wife looked at my father to be her father.
That's right.
And they don't dishonor my mother and my father.
That's right.
Or I'm going to kick you in your neck.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Break your neck.
That's right.
Coward.
Before I break your neck, I'm going to pop both your kneecaps.
That's right.
That's what the book shows you, man.
My parents.
That's right.
That's what the book shows you.
Yeah.
We got to read and follow this, man.
Yeah.
And you can't allow your husband to dishonor my father.
No.
My husband and wife.
Both ways.
Both ways. I can't allow my husband to dishonor my mother. Wait. That's my mother now.
That's a fact.
Wait. That's my father now.
That's
And
right.
where you get the courage to speak against my mother and my father right here in front of me? Right here in front of me. You know, most people wait and say, well, you know what? I'm not going to do it in front of you.
No.
Because I don't want to hurt you.
Man,
this dude or this woman don't care about how you feel.
That's right.
You kidding me?
That's right.
You don't care how I feel regarding my mother and my father?
I don't care about you.
And you just ready to voice every and anything?
You made an enemy.
I almost hurt this woman one time, man. Got some nerve talking against my mother. You crazy? That's my mother. Watch your mouth.
That's right. Watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth.
Watch your
That's
mouth.
my father.
Watch
your
your
mouth.
Mouth.
The most you can do is shut your mouth and walk away.
That's the best
Walk
thing you
away.
can do.
That's it.
That's the best thing to do.
It's the best thing to do.
That's the best thing to do.
No. That's not acceptable by God.
You hear that?
God don't accept that, man.
That's right.
This woman had 2 daughters that was not her daughters, and they respected Naomi to be their mother.
That's right.
And that's why they was able to leave. Their husband is dead. But they stuck around. Let's read it. You will see.
Oh, yeah.
I go here. to show you an example of how to be, how we should be, how we should walk. What's the way that we need to put to the ways? These are the ways. Those are what you call ways.
That's right.
Those are the ways of God. Those are the ways that God accepts.
That's the standard.
I said those are the ways and the standards that God accepts. You see what God said, amend your ways? Those are one of the things that you need to change. Sister, brother, you need to change that about yourself.
That's right.
Let's go. Let's read it.
And Naomi said unto her daughters-in-law,
What Naomi said to her daughter-in-law?
Go, return each to her mother's house.
Look, wait a minute. Naomi went to her daughter-in-law. He said, go ahead. Go back to who? To your mother's house. Let me show you the righteousness in this woman, man. She wasn't only thinking about herself.
She was.
She's not selfish, man. We can't serve God only thinking about you.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't serve God being selfish.
Right.
Sometimes you got to inquire and pull back, because what I'm doing, I may offend this man.
Consider the situation.
I got to consider the situation. I may offend this woman. I may kind of consider the situation. So I pull back. That's what righteous men and women do. Let's go. Let's read it.
Go, return east to her mother's
Naomi
house.
said, go, return to your mother's house.
The Lord deal kindly with you.
And God deal kindly with you.
As ye have dealt with the dead.
As you have dealt with the dead.
And with me.
And with me.
The Lord grant you that ye may find rest. Each of you in the house of her husband.
Go ahead.
Then she kissed them.
She kissed them.
And they lifted up their voice and wept.
They both cried.
They said unto her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people.
What verse you at?
Verse 11.
Okay. But they both. All power rule say, hey. Say, nah, man, we coming with you. We both going to return with you. We not going back. We going to come with you. Go ahead, read.
And Naomi said, turn again, my daughters. Why will ye go with me?
Naomi said, turn again, my daughters. He said, why you coming with me? Go ahead.
Are there yet any more sons in my womb?
She said, I don't have no more boys. I don't have no more. I'm not pregnant. I don't have no more sons in my womb. Go ahead.
That they may be your husband.
That they when I push them out, that they may be your husbands. Read.
Turn again, my daughters.
He said, turn again,
go
my daughters.
Your way.
Go your way.
For I am too old.
For I'm too old
to have a husband.
To have a husband.
If I should say I have hope.
If I should say I have any hope.
If I should have a husband also tonight.
If I should have a husband also tonight.
And should also bear sons.
And should also bear sons. You see her mentality? Not a boyfriend. Go find you a little scallywag or anybody to come into me and impregnate me.
So she go to the sperm bank.
Go to the sperm bank? If I should have a husband. A man that wants to marry me. Because if I don't get a man to marry me, hey, listen, the leg stays closed.
That's right.
Cobwebs starts to develop.
It's up.
You gotta find your way. Hey, cobwebs mean it's been closed for a long time.
That's right.
And the shop has not been open.
That's right.
For a very long time.
That's right.
Yeah. That's righteousness, man. Go ahead.
Would ye tarry for them till they were grown?
So you're going to stay around until they grow up? That's a long time to wait.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Would ye stay for them from having husbands? Nay, my daughters.
She said, nay, my daughters.
For it grieveth me much.
For it grieveth me much.
For your sakes.
For your sakes. That's righteousness. That's righteousness. When you can pull yourself out of a situation and think on the behalf of the person. Think about how this person feels, not how I feel. That's what Naomi was thinking about. She said, listen, man. He said, you're here, you're young. He said, you can go back because I don't have no more husbands here for you to marry. She said, go on back. It grieves me much for your sakes. Right. Which means she didn't put herself first. Yeah. She thought about them.
Right.
Now leave it to them if they decide to stay or not. That's up to these two women if they want to stay. Go ahead, let's read it.
Would ye tarry for them till they were grown? Would ye stay for them from having husbands? Nay, my daughters, for it grieveth me much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice and wept again.
Wept again.
And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, But Ruth clave unto her.
Orpah kissed her mother-in-law. She kissed her and she left.
That's right.
What Ruth did?
Ruth clave unto her.
Ruth chose to stay. She said, I ain't going nowhere. I'm here. Read.
And
Look
she
what Ruth said.
Behold, thy sister-in-law is going back unto her people.
That's the problem. She never let go.
That's right.
She has never let go of her past. That's why she was able to go back.
That's right.
That's why she was able to go back.
Yeah. You
As
hear
soon as I let you go and say, hey, listen, it's over. Write you a divorce, give you a divorce. Guess what?
Or the husband died.
If you or the person died, if you ain't if you ain't grounded in this, you're going back to what you know best.
Most go back
to where you came from.
You're going back to where you came from.
Like a dog returned to his own
Like
body.
a dog returned to his body.
Exactly.
So Orpah returned to her nativity, went back to her people and unto her gods.
But Ruth clave unto her. And she said, behold, thy sister-in-law is going back unto her people and unto her gods. Return thou after thy sister-in-law. And Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. But whither thou goest, I will go.
She said, don't keep telling me to leave. I don't want to go. She said, wherever you go, I'm going.
I will go, and where thou lodgest,
where you lodge,
I will lodge.
I'm a lodge.
Thy people shall be my
your people is my people.
And thy God.
And your God is my God. And you guess what? Guess what, man? Most people needs to voice those things.
Yeah.
When a man or a woman voice things like that, you know for sure they mind is made up.
That's right.
You know for sure your mind is made up.
That's right.
But people is afraid to voice that because they're still undecided. I still had doubts. So I'm not gonna commit myself to something that I have doubts about.
That's right. You're not 100%.
You're not 100%.
That's right.
I didn't commit it myself. I didn't say, hey man, God seeing no, I ain't going nowhere.
That's right.
My father said, man, he just angry, mad at you. He said, oh, you know what? He said, when I die, when I go, all y'all going back in the church. That's how he was, man. All y'all going back in the church. Y'all going back. Why? Because you know why he say that? You know why he said that? Not saying he wants us to go back, but to give us strength and to let us know that was your path and your road. That's the road that we was taking.
Be aware.
That's the road that we was taking, man. And we didn't see it.
That's right.
We didn't see it. God didn't allow us to see it then. Just had to obey and hearken and listen and keep pushing because God have a way of doing things. You're the father. You got 5, 6 boys. He's not going to pick up your sons above you.
No.
God ain't going to pick your son above you. He ain't going to pick me up above my father.
No.
To pick certain ones up. The head got to go because we ain't going above the head. And when the head goes, certain ones get picked up. And then you start seeing certain things that your father done repeated over and over and over, and you realize it. Go ahead.
Where thou diest, will I die.
I'm going to die.
And there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me and more also, if aught but death part thee and me. And when she saw that she was steadfastly minded to go with her, then she left speaking unto her.
Cut that. Let's go. Left it alone. Let's go to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 1.
After Proverbs.
Right. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Right? You stay there. I'm going to read something else. Right? It says, Now Tobit, his father, counted every day when the days of the journey were expired and they came not. Right? Then Tobit said, are they detained? Or is God bound dead? And there is no man to give him the money. Now, that's another part of honor. My father sent me to the store, and I'm taking longer than usual to come back.
Right.
I'm taking longer than usual to come back. Now my father stopped worrying about what I sent you to the store for. He started worrying about me. Just hoping that I didn't get in trouble, hoping that I didn't get locked up, hoping that I didn't get into nothing. So therefore, the honor that's due to your parents when your father or your mother send you on a duty or on an aim or something to do, I do it and I find my way back. You know, sometimes we did certain things, we did it, completed, and we came back. You know, I came back. He said, yeah, you came back, but you stayed downstairs. You didn't come back upstairs and report.
That's right.
You didn't come back upstairs and report to me, man.
Report.
He said, don't do that, man.
Report.
He said, that's not honor.
That's right.
You got a long way to learn what is honor.
Yeah.
All right? And that's where I read this to give you examples about what I'm talking about. Tobit started thinking that his son was detained because he sent him out on a journey to pay Gabael the money that he owed.
Right.
And he took longer than what he was supposed to take.
Right.
Longer than usual. He said, therefore, he was very sorry. Then his wife said to him, look what his wife said. He said, my son is dead. Seeing he stayed long. And she began to bewail him and said, now I care for nothing. My son, since I have let thee go, the light of mine eyes. You know what the light of mine eyes is? He saw for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by he saw for them? They didn't have to do nothing.
That's right.
Business.
Tobias took care of all their parents' business,
That's
man.
right.
Administrative.
Yeah.
Whatever the parents need to get taken care of,
Whatever.
the son was there to take care of it.
Whatever.
That's right.
That's why he said, man, the light of mine eyes is gone.
That's right.
I don't got no help now. My son ain't here to do and take care of what I need to take care of. You know, it's an honor to take care of the duty and the job and the things that your father and your mother needs to get done. You
Right.
take care of it.
You take care of it.
What you would do when you get old.
You.
Don't you want the same for yourself? Because we all get old at a point in time. We all gonna get old.
That's right.
And I tell my father all the time, I said, man, you blessed, man, to have all your sons around you doing and taking care of the things that you need to take care of.
I do it.
You're blessed.
People don't do that, man.
I do it.
Children don't move like that. Nigga get old.
I ain't got nobody.
Well, Dad, I got my own family now, Dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mess around, look at his mom. Ma, I got my own family, Ma. I got my own clothes to wash, Ma. I can't wash your clothes today. No, man.
I got things to
That's
do.
not the way of the righteous.
That's right.
That's not the ways of God.
That's right.
That is the depiction and the definition of an evil and wicked man,
That's right.
of an evil and wicked woman.
That's right. Evil and wicked
Come
son.
on, man. Come on, man.
That's it.
Come on, man. The things like that piss me off and get me angry.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I don't treat my parents like that. And I hate to see when children,
I like that, man.
when sons and daughters treat their parents in a way
That's right.
that's not right, man.
That's right.
That's right.
I hate
That's
that.
right.
You see that all the time.
He said, but she said, hold thy peace and deceive me not. My son is dead. And she went out every day in the way when she went. Every day the woman went out in the field looking.
Yeah.
Looking.
Looking down that road.
My father said, when I got locked up, and he's laying in his bed, he said, he's sleeping, right? He's sleeping. He hears, he take his hand, he reach over. He said, his wife out in bed. Wake up. He said, his wife is by the window, crying. Everybody's locked up. You think that was added merits from God? No. Because I caused grief
That's right.
to my mother, man.
Yeah.
A dude said, nah, I ain't going out of state and hustle no drugs, man. If I get locked up, I'm going to grieve my mother.
Yeah.
But that was a heathen. That was
That's
a
right.
dude that don't know God.
That's right.
Got to learn the ways of God and how to please God, things not to do and what not to do, man. We got to learn that.
Yeah.
We got to learn that, man. It's very important, man. Now, since you bewailed son Tobias, right? Until the 14 days of the wedding were expired, Raguel had sworn that he should spend there. Then Tobias said, look what Tobias said to Raguel, let me go. See, he's on an excellent mind frame. He said, listen, Raguel, it's time for me to go. Okay? He said, for my father and my mother look no more to see me. But his father-in-law said unto him, tarry with me, and I will send to thy father, and they shall declare to him how things go with thee. But Tobias said, no, let me go to my father. I got to go. There's nothing you can tell me to keep me here. My time has expired, and I have to hurry back because my parents is worried about me.
That's right.
He said, then Raguel arose and gave him Sarah, his wife, half his goods, servants, cattle, and money. And he blessed them and sent them away, saying, the God of heaven give you a prosperous journey, my children. And he said to his daughter, honor thy father and thy mother-in-law.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
You see what Sarah's father told her? He said, honor your father and your mother-in-law, which are now thy parents.
All right.
That I may hear a good report of thee. You hear that, man?
Treat them like
my father and my mother is my wife's father and my mother.
All right.
My wife's father and mother.
That's right.
And you supposed to respect them
Right.
as your father and your mother.
You're gonna respect.
All right?
Oh, yeah.
My wife, father and mother is my parents.
That's right.
And I treat my father and my mother as my parents.
That's
Leave that
right.
alone, man. Don't touch it.
Fall off.
So, look, man. When that's how I move, man.
Yeah.
Every woman I have,
Okay.
none of their parents could say, I don't like her. I don't like her.
That's
None
right.
of them.
That's right.
Me neither.
That's right.
None of them.
Me neither.
None of them.
Okay.
I tried to sit down with my Ishai's parents and talk, but he left and moved out. I said, man, I need to sit and talk with him, man. It's my father. And I'll protect him with my life. Nigga, better not mess with him or violate him.
That's right.
Better not. Or violate her. Because it's a problem. And that's how I move. Why? Because that is the curriculum and the standards that is accepted by God.
That's right.
That's why. And that's the only way I know to live.
That's right.
I don't know to live by no other way.
No, sir. No, sir. Take time.
Let's go. Ecclesiastes chapter 1.
The words of a preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem.
The words of a preacher, right? You think it's a preacher. Everybody say, I'm a preacher. The word preacher is kohelet. You know what a kohelet is? Kohelet means counselor. A counselor is a person that gives guidance on personal and social problems. Now, I have to know who to get this counsel from.
Right.
I can't go and get counsel just from any and anybody because they're going to counsel me against God.
That's right.
They're going to counsel me against God. Go ahead, read.
Vanity of vanities, said the
He
preacher.
said, vanity of vanity, said the preacher.
Vanity of vanities. All is vanity.
What is vanity? Vanity means having no real value. That serves no purpose. That's what vanity is. The only thing that's not vain is the keeping of the commandments of God. Oh, I want 2 houses. That's vanity.
That's vanity.
I want 2 cars. That's vanity.
I want to get rich.
I want to get rich. That's vanity. The only thing that serves a purpose in life is serving God.
Fancy clothes.
That's why money
Fancy clothes.
and wisdom
Right there.
is right there.
That's right.
But the excellency of wisdom is that wisdom delivered from
Yes.
death.
That's right.
Well, you can be delivered by money too.
Yeah.
Money can't deliver you from death. That's the
That's the
only
one thing.
edge
That's the one thing.
that wisdom has above money.
Yeah.
Wisdom delivers you from death.
Amen.
Right.
That's what you need.
Amen. Amen.
Time sheet.
What profit hath a man of all his labor which he taketh under the
What
sun?
profit? The word profit, it means advantage or gain.
Yeah.
What advantage? What gain? Have what?
Hath a
Have
man of all his
of
labor
all his
which he
labor.
taketh under the sun.
Would you take it of his son? What is the advantage of what am I gaining
Get out of
by everything that I put my work and my time into. Go ahead.
One generation passing away,
Mhm.
and another generation coming.
One generation passed away, and another generation come.
But
Soon, this generation gonna die off,
the-
and the next generation come up. The next generation die off, then another generation keep going. Keep going, Tamshi.
But the earth abided forever.
But the only thing that abides forever is the earth.
It is.
The earth is here forever. Tamshi.
The sun also ariseth,
The sun arise.
and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits.
The wind returned back to its circuit where it came from. Where it came from, man.
Yes.
The wind have a
You
spot.
got a place.
That's right.
The wind have a place
That's right.
of where it goes and where it comes from. Tamshi.
All the rivers run into the sea, and yet the sea is not full.
He said all the rivers runs into the sea. The sea is that large body of water. And so somehow all these rivers is connected to that large body of water where it runs out and comes right in. Tamshi.
Yet the sea is not full.
Uh-huh.
Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again.
What verse you at?
8.
Uh-huh. Read it.
All things are full of labor.
All things are full of labor. The word for labor is yegim. You know what yegim means? Wearisome. All things. Uh-huh. It said, now what is wearisome, right? It said all things are full of wearisome. Wearisome. What you saying?
That's why men die quicker than women.
That's why men die
That's why
quicker
most
than women.
men die first.
That's a whole.
And leave
That is a
girls.
scientific
That
fact.
is why.
That men die before a woman. Quick. Scientific fact. Go into the
Weariness.
check. It's a fact.
Weariness and sin.
Women tend to live longer than men. Why? Because he said wearisome is when you are exhausted in strength, endurance, vigor. My moms ain't feel the way my father felt. He inside the room, he said, man,
That's right.
he said, you know, son,
That's right.
he said, I'm ready to go. He said, I'm ready to
Just
go.
ask God.
I said, why you say that, Abba? I said, why you say that, man? He said, cause I'm just tired. Tired of this. I'm tired. And his determination was to serve God. And because he was so determined to serve God and he see opposite of serving God, I don't want to be around. I don't want to be around this. I'm out of place. I don't believe it. I don't belong here. You know, he always say that.
Say that.
From Nostrum days,
I don't belong
from
here.
Nostrum days, I used to say,
That's what he said,
not
man.
belong in this world.
That's what he said. Go ahead, read.
All things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it.
All things takes work. All things are full of labor. It means all things take work. Got to work on it. Got to work on it. Got to work on it. Read.
The eye is not satisfied with seeing.
Oh, that's a known fact. It said the
Talk
eye
about it.
never satisfied with what it sees. It always wants everything that it sees. That's why God gave you laws and say, hey, don't covet.
That's right.
Covet begins with what you see. You see it, you desire it, you want it.
Yeah.
Now I'm asking for it. Now I
You
want
hear
to
that?
take it. That's coveting.
Okay.
He said, oh, read.
Nor the ear filled with hearing.
No, the ear filled with hearing. You always want to hear. You ain't heard enough. It's never enough. I heard this. Next thing you hear somebody whisper on there. He
In
talking
that
to you.
conversation,
What happened?
yeah.
What you said?
Yeah, in every
What happened?
conversation.
Oh, anybody talking to you, man? Mind your business, man. Go ahead.
Okay.
Anybody talking to you? They always got. They want to hear. They want to hear everything. They want to know
All
everything.
up in your mouth across the room.
Go ahead.
The thing that has been, that is, what the thing that has been, it is that which shall
The
be.
thing that happened, it is that which shall be, which means whatever happened now is going to happen again
Because it happened before.
because it happened before. History repeats itself. That's what that means. History repeats itself. Pop showed me on the news where they started talking about slavery again. And then they want to talk about it. These people talking about bringing back slavery.
Never
Not over here.
It is in effect.
Yes, in effect.
It's still active.
It's a plan.
It's in the plan.
The laws are still active.
That's right.
Slavery and it's not-
That's right.
It never got abolished.
It never got abolished.
The slavery laws are still active.
And that's what they're talking about now.
I used to eat them at come out and film and call the street when I come here. The already went down. I said, eat them like coming out the building, go the street when I was
That's right.
coming here.
In the hood.
The already went down, King. I was planning in effect.
That's right.
They're not playing.
Go ahead, read.
Verse 9. The thing that has been, it is that which shall be,
Uh-huh.
and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun.
There is no new thing under the sun.
You know, all the games.
All that happened and went down already.
You already know.
You think it's new? Ain't nothing new. It all happened, it all went down already. Where read?
Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new?
Mm-hmm.
It had been already of old time, which was before us.
That's right.
There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come or after. I, the preacher, was king over Israel.
I,
and
the preacher,
Jerusalem.
was king over Israel and Jerusalem. You know what that is? Solomon.
Solomon
Right.
talking.
King over
Solomon. He said, I was king over Israel. Look, this man, God blessed him with wisdom. And he has so much wisdom that he was the author of those proverbs.
That's right.
He was the author of what you
Wisdom
call
of Solomon.
Ecclesiastes, Wisdom of Solomon. And he loaned his heart to folly so that he can tell man what to stay afraid from, to instruct us. What to stay away from, what not to stay away
What to
from,
expect.
what to do and what to expect when you get into certain things or do. Read.
And I gave my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven. This sore travail hath God given to the sons of man to be exercised therewith. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun,
Right.
and behold, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. That which is crooked
That which is crooked
cannot be made straight,
cannot be made straight.
and that which,
Uh-huh.
which is wanting cannot be numbered. I come
Now, he said that which is crooked, you can straighten it out. It's crooked. But we take up things, we try to straighten up
things
something that is crooked
or
Let's
someone.
straighten it out.
and try to straighten it out. And we bust our brains and
Right.
get crazy. But you can't straighten this out.
Exactly.
I have to leave it alone. And
Right.
as crooked as it is,
Right.
leave it as it is. I gotta leave it. In order for
That's right.
someone to be straightened out, he had to have righteousness in him.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I
right.
may be crooked now, but I had good in me. And the good in me is what caused me to straighten out. I gotta have good. You have to have good in you to straighten out. That's it. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 8.
Take time, take time.
Proverbs chapter 8.
Initially.
Doth not wisdom cry?
Does not wisdom cry? You know what wisdom is? Wisdom is that little, those words, and those words, those sayings that comes to you and tell you the right way to go. You go to steal and say, hey, don't do that. That's stealing. Don't go and do that.
Tell you what the
It
violation
tells you
is.
what the violation is, and it instructs you and guides you. But most of the time, we don't listen
Right.
because we let our emotions get the best of us. You know, that's when we get all bent out of shape and crazy because we allow our emotions to rule us. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, read. Let's go.
And understanding put forth her voice. She standeth in the top of high places.
She's standing in top of high places.
By the way, in the places of the path.
By the way, in the places of the path.
She crieth at the gates.
She cried at the gates.
At the entry of the city.
At the entry of the city.
At the coming in at the doors.
At the coming in of the doors.
Unto you, O men, I call.
Unto you, O man, I call. Which means wisdom comes to the men first. It comes to the men first. Why God commanded wisdom to come to the men first? Because it's my duty to instruct my wife and everybody that's behind me.
I'm in charge.
I'm in charge. So I got to be able to instruct and guide my family that righteously in that path of righteousness. So wisdom is going to come to me and guide me. And in return, while wisdom guides me, I guide my wife and she guides the children.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
That's right.
And in order to hearken, you can't be stubborn.
That's right.
You can't be stubborn. Children, wife, you got to hearken. Go ahead.
Unto you, O men, I call.
Unto
and
you,
my
O
voice,
men, I call.
My voice is to the sons of man. O ye simple,
Oh,
understand
ye
wisdom.
simple. You know what simple means? The word simple is pe tau he. It means simple. Simple means free from guile, innocent, lacking in knowledge. Lacking in knowledge. They lack knowledge. They didn't know. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart.
Uh-huh.
Hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right
I will
things.
speak of excellent things. The word for excellent things is negidim. Negidim means noble or princely things, which means we got to watch our conversations.
That's right.
I can't be speaking of things that God hate and despise.
That's right.
Oh, man, they ran a train on them, man. You are excited, real word. I'm like, what? Y'all did what? That's what you're supposed to frown at that.
Right.
What y'all did? Y'all did what? Come on, y'all. Y'all wild and walk away. I can't keep company with dudes like that. That's the mentality. Now, today, men delight in things like that. I mean, you laugh. Oh, what son? What you read train on the sun? I mean, man, get away from me, man. That's not nothing to be laughing about, bro. That ain't nothing to be. That don't delight me. And that doesn't make me laugh, and I'm not gonna get happy behind that, and I'm not gonna join you in none of that foolishness.
At all.
Y'all out your mind. You bugging. And the only way to think in that manner, the book is what changed your pattern of thought.
That's right.
You're not always gonna think that way. No. It said the evil seed has been sown in the heart of man the day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Don't that mean something? Why say Adam when Eve was the first one? I said, why say Adam when Eve was the first one?
Adam run it.
Because what?
Adam run it.
Thank you.
He's responsible.
Thank
He's
you.
the one got put in charge.
Thank you.
You hear that?
Thank you.
You hear
I
that?
said, thank you. That's right. That's why God said, Ezra, a man that was inspired by God, fasted 21 days. 21. He said, fast 7 more days, and I'm going to tell you greater things. He said, fast 7 more days, and I'm going to tell you greater things. He said, man, you have exceeded humans. You're not a man no more. You asking questions that deals with like angelic hosts and angels. You're not man. He asking questions that above man's thinking.
Right.
You gotta fast more.
He pushed.
Fasting, not eating.
He's not down here.
That's right. And that's what he said. He said, the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man the day that he ate from the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
So that's all the generations of man.
The whole generation of man. Tom Sheet.
For my mouth shall speak truth.
My mouth shall speak truth
And wickedness.
and not lies. Speak truth and not lies. And you know, we lie so much that sometimes we say things and the lie just jumps out.
Yeah.
And you bite your tongue, you're like, wait a minute, man. Why I just told him that? Why I just told her that? And then sometimes you gotta go back and say, babe, man, listen, man, I lied, man. That didn't happen that way. I don't know why I said that. This and this happened. You know how many times I had to go back to my pops and correct myself and say, man, that was a lie. He said, what? I said, jumped out. I'm sorry, I'm coming to correct it now. I said this and this, that didn't happen. This is what happened. Ema, this is what happened. And that's the road of being perfect with God. Not, all right, perfect with God. In being perfect with God, you're gonna make mistakes. For crying out loud. You know what I say? Well, for crying out loud, because people look at you and say, you talk all these righteous things, and you're so righteous, and this, but look what you did here. Okay, I make mistakes, Johnny.
That's right.
All right, Lucille, I make mistakes. All right, Georgetta, I make mistakes. All right, Samson, easy. But I'm still better than you. And my mind is still here. Because I was able to govern and discipline myself and see where I went wrong at and correct it.
I don't need my wife and children to correct me.
That's right.
Correct it.
I don't need my wife and children.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, I needed that. I got a pain over here. I needed that.
Cook it back in place. Huh?
Go ahead, read.
For my mouth shall speak truth. And
What
wickedness.
verse is that?
Verse 7.
For my mouth shall speak truth.
And wickedness is an abomination.
Wickedness is an abomination to my lips.
Right.
Saying things that is abominable. He said, man, I will never voice that. I can't voice that. That's not going to be in my conversation. Go ahead, read.
All the words of my mouth are in righteousness.
All the words of my mouth, everything I speak is in righteousness.
There is nothing forward.
There is nothing forward or perverse in them. What is forward? The word forward is niftal. Niftal means perverse or tortuous. Perverse means corrupt, contrary, incorrect. What is contrary? To be opposite from God. To be against. To be adverse. It ain't right what you're talking about.
That's right.
Not right.
Whatever you're saying here is not right. And I don't read what you said here.
That's right.
That's called perverse. You can correct that. Tortuous means indirect tactics. Indirect tactics. Not straightforward. Not straightforward.
That's how people move
And
today.
you know, that's a heavy word.
They throw stuff in the air.
That's a heavy word. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that word because when we are not straightforward, I tell you things to lead you to believe one thing, and it ain't that way. What I just told you. That's not straightforward, and that's not righteousness, and that's not godly. If I feel a certain way, I gotta come to you, and I gotta be straightforward and keep it a buck. Well, this is what it is. Ba 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 ba, and leave it right there. Now leave it for you to decide. That's what it is. Let's go. Let's read.
They are all plain to him that understandeth.
They are all plain. Wait a minute.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. They are all plain to them. That's verse 9.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's the verse I wanted. He said they're all plain. The word for plain is nekoach. All right? Nekoach means straightforward. To be straightforward, upright, or righteous. Now I went into upright, and everybody know what upright. To have upright means to have a conscience, to be conscientious, and to have a conscience. And if you don't, a person with a conscience will make amends with God. A person with a conscience will make amends with a person that you haven't offended, that you offended.
Right.
Well, I explain all that. I ain't gonna keep repeating it, but the word I'm gonna get into is being straightforward. Straightforward is free from evasiveness. Evasiveness means you avoid commitment. You avoid commitment and self-revelation, especially by responding only indirectly. You know how many people you ask certain things and they don't answer the question, but they answer it indirectly. They go around it. Okay? Now, self-revelation is disclosure of one's character or motive. By me revealing this information, I'm going to really reveal who I am, who I truly is, who I truly is. So I hold certain information back so that I won't reveal myself,
Blow yourself up.
blow myself up.
That's right.
What is commitment, engagement, or obligation that restricts freedom of action? You start to voice certain things that will restrict you, like commitment to God.
Right.
Oh Lord God, if I violate or do this, he said, let my children become vagabonds and remember my sin in the day of my death. That's definitely going to restrict you. If you believe that, that's going to hold you back. Now I'm binded. My father made a commitment
Put
to
himself in
God.
that position.
Put himself in that position. He said, because I know myself. And I know if I don't make that commitment to God, I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
Okay?
Blow that, get it.
Okay? Now, go ahead.
They are all plain to him that understand it, and right to them that find
They
knowledge.
are all plain to them that understand it. A person that is straightforward will understand that. Tom Sheet.
Receive my instruction.
Where verse you at? Oh, okay, I see. Go ahead.
Receive my instruction.
Receive my instruction.
And not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold.
He said, receive my instructions, receive my chastisement, my reprimand. He said, what? And not silver.
Not money.
And not money.
And knowledge.
And knowledge.
Rather than choice gold.
And knowledge rather than choice gold. You know what's the word for gold? Karutz. The word karutz means to be diligent. A diligent man or a person with knowledge will be diligent, will choose diligence. What is diligence? Diligence, right? A diligent person would choose knowledge, right? Diligence means that person is determined. He's determined, okay? Right? Go ahead, read.
For wisdom is
about showing. He shows care, and he has a diligent person that has a conscience. All right, go ahead, read.
For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired.
Wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. There's nothing that can be compared to wisdom. Right. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the performance of the laws of God.
Right.
Tom Sheet.
I wisdom dwell with prudence.
I wisdom dwell with prudence. What is prudence? Prudence means to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. So there's only a certain type of people that has wisdom. Okay? That has wisdom. You got to have prudence. He said, I wisdom dwell with prudence, and I find out knowledge of crafty inventions. Tom Sheet.
The fear of Elohim is
what is the fear of God?
To hate evil.
Hate evil.
Pride.
Hate evil. Pride.
Arrogance.
And arrogancy. Arrogancy is when you exaggerate one's own opinion of one's own importance, merit, and ability. Read.
And the evil way and the sly mouth I hate. Counsel is mine and sound wisdom.
Counsel is mine. Advice is mine. Read.
And sound wisdom.
And sound wisdom.
I am understanding.
I am understanding.
I have strength.
I have strength.
By me kings reign.
By me kings reign.
And princes decree justice.
Some sheep.
By me princes rule and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love those who love me. And those who seek me early shall find me. Riches and honor are with me. Yea, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my produce than choice silver.
My fruit is better than gold, yeah, than fine gold, and my revenues than choice silver. Wisdom only comes to certain people. And in order to receive wisdom from God, you have to be a diligent person. You gotta be a person that makes amends for their fault or for their wrongdoing. You correct your fault. Tom Sheet, read.
walk in the way of righteousness, in the midst of the paths of justice, that I may cause those who love me to inherit substance.
What verse you at?
121.
Go ahead, read.
And I will fill their treasures. Elohim created me as
the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way. What is the beginning of the way? In the beginning with God, in the beginning of God's creation.
That's right.
Wisdom was there. Because it took wisdom to realize that I cannot create man in this dark. There's no darkness. It's all full of darkness and there's water. And there's no land and there's no place for man to rest his feet. So wisdom came and told him that I need to separate the waters from above and beneath.
That's right.
And I need to separate the light from the darkness.
That's right.
And create land, create earth. Go ahead.
the first of his works of old. I was set up from everlasting.
I was set up from everlasting.
From the beginning, before ever the earth was.
From the beginning, or ever the earth was. Read.
When there were no depths, I was brought
When
forth.
there was no depths. The word for depths is tehom. You know what tehom means? Tehom means the abyss. The abyss is deep. That's the deep.
No bottom.
You ever heard about the abyss? Everybody know what the abyss is. The abyss is lower than sea level. That's real
Beyond
deep,
that.
man. Beyond that.
When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water.
When there was no fountains, the word for fountains is ma'iyang. You know what that means? Springs. When there was no springs. Now, springs consist of heavy, they're heavy with water. It's a source of water that comes up from the ground. Deep down from the ground.
Geysers.
And it comes up. That's right.
They call them geysers.
They call them geysers. That's right. And at first,
The water's hot.
I thought it was compared to when God said he watered the earth from a mist, but it's not compared. No, it's not. It's different. That's two different things.
Yeah.
That mist, you know, if you ever saw, when I looked up the definition of mist forms when it's from the
That's
dew,
called
or sometimes you may see like, well, you ever walked in the ground and you see like a thick
It's
cloud
cloudy.
you can't see.
It's
It's
cloudy.
very the droplets that's forming.
Water.
Fog. I mean,
That's right.
it's moist.
Yeah, they call it
Moisture,
condensation.
vapor,
Right.
condensation.
Right.
That's the mist that comes up
Yeah.
from the earth. Read. Because the first time it rained, the first recorded time it rained was the flood.
That's right.
That's
It
right.
never rained
All right. Just the dew.
because of man's dealings with
That's
God.
why we got storms.
That's why all these floods and
That's
storms,
why hurricanes.
tornadoes and hurricanes
Yes.
come about
Yes.
because of our sins and our
Yes.
transgressions
That's
against
right.
God.
That's where it's coming from.
That's what that's coming from. Tom Shee.
Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth or the fields or the highest part of the dust of the world. When he established the heavens,
We
I was
prepared
there.
the heavens, I was there.
When he drove a circle over the surface of the deep. When he established the clouds above. When the fountains of the deep became strong. When he gave to the sea his decree that the water should not pass his commandment.
When he gave to the sea his decree that the water should not pass his commandments. We all been to beaches and we sit on the sand. You ever saw the wave come in? Large wave come on in. The water splash down and the water come up to a certain distance and it stop. That's the decree that God set that the waters can't pass. Go ahead.
That the water should not pass his commandment. When he appointed the foundations of the earth, then I was by him as a nursling, and I was daily his delight, playing always before him, playing with the universe, his earth, and my delights were with the sons of men.
And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom, and I'm going to call up the next speaker. Speaker indeed, Chief Mikhail Van Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect, chief men, prince men, visitors, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. I bid y'all the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
We're going to go to the book of the Lord first. We're going to go to the foundation of all of this, Exodus chapter 20. Because everything we do stems from these 10 words. It's called the Decalogue, okay? The 10 Commandments. This is what Moses received when he went up into the mount while it was on fire. And might I add, it wasn't on fire just that time for one night. It was on fire the whole time Moses was up there. And we know how long he was up there. That substantiates what Chief Shammah was saying about the sulfur. 40 days and 40 nights he went up in there. He said he went up in there into the thick darkness where God was. The thick darkness came from the smoke of that mountain and that whole area on fire. It was lit. Okay? If you've seen a mountain with your own eyes, you know how big mountains are. Man can't make nothing as big as a mountain. Okay? Mountains dwarf skyscrapers, cityscapes. And to have a mountain on fire and only a voice coming out of it, this is what instilled the fear into the people. Okay? So it's all about Exodus chapter 20. Before we get a person, as soon as they come in, that's what they're going to learn first.
Constitution.
That's what you're going to get tested on first.
Right.
I said, wait a minute, we're testing them wrong. You know, Genesis and that. Law. Don't worry about those tests y'all got. Keep them. We got the law coming. Test with law. Exodus 20. That's going to be the first test. Letting y'all know right now. Because it's in law you have to learn. We'll deal with the history and certain trivial facts later. Right now, you got to get the law intact. So Exodus chapter 20.
And Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am Elohim thy El.
He said, and God spoke all these words, saying, again, what you read in the first 5 books is God words. All right? Okay? It came out of his mouth. So he said, and God spake all these words, saying,
I am Elohim thy El, who have brought thee out of the land
I'm
of
the
the
one that
tribe,
got you out of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage. Now he's speaking personally to these people. Okay? I was never in Egypt. I was never a slave in Egypt. I was born in America. All right? Just like everybody else. Or born over here, or born over here. We didn't go through that. All right? This was a direct shot to everybody that's standing up looking at that mountain burning. And they hear his voice. This is what they're hearing.
That's right.
When he said, you heard my voice come out of the fire, that's what they heard. They heard the law.
That's right.
He's thou shalt not.
That's
so
right.
he said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Because where they're coming from is Egypt. They've been living in Egypt for 400 years. That's 4.5 generations of people. Okay? Since the time of Jacob, they've been living there. They live like the Egyptians. They eat like the Egyptians.
Yeah.
They serve their gods just like them, the Egyptians. They dressed like them. Everybody was bald, no hair on their face like the Egyptians. This is where bald heads come from. Okay? That fashion of bald heads come from Egypt. And the reason why they balded their head, because they had lice. That's why they balded their heads. They had lice. They were a dark people with straight hair. Once you have straight hair, you are subject to certain critters. Okay? And that's one of them. Once you got straight hair, you're going to get lice. Nappy hair, they ain't going to go up in there because there's no room to move around. Dreaded hair, there's no room. With thick hair, there's no room to move around. But you got that soft, silky, straight hair, they gonna get in there. And that lice was in Egypt before the plague. Lice was prominent out there. Okay? God turned it up on that plague with them. It didn't touch the children of Israel because of the command of God. There was no wall. stopping the frogs from coming through. They knew on command, this is not where I go.
That's right.
Everywhere else I go, but I know not to come this way.
Except Goshen.
Except Goshen.
That's right.
It says, so thou shalt have no other gods before me. Because Egypt, Babylon, Rome, Greece, Canaanites, Hittites, Moabites, this person, that person, Babylon, everybody had multiple gods.
That's
now,
right.
Nobody served the true and living God. Early in the earth's history, man said, forget God, and made their own rules, and made their own gods,
right.
and made their own worship according to their wicked hearts. Mm-hmm. That's where you get religion from. It's where you get the story of Nimrod and the 3 in 1 and the Trinity and the Triad and Semiramis and all of these things and all the abominable acts. All of that is religion.
That's right.
This is not religion.
That's right.
This is the way of life that God has prescribed. This is the way everybody was going to be living if we didn't have wickedness in us. You wouldn't have all these people. That's why God said, don't follow them. They are the wayward humans. They are the generations of the disrespectful ones towards God. So I run them through their leaders, and they still gonna do my bidding. But you don't follow them. You don't want to be like them, because you're gonna get the same thing they got coming. There is something for non-believers.
That's right.
When you read this, you must believe it. It will count to you the same as when Abraham believed God.
That's
Abraham didn't read no book.
That's right.
Okay.
God didn't give him no book.
Okay.
God spoke to these guys. Certain
Okay.
those he spoke to. The books and the writings came from the people. But if I'm dealing with you individual, I tell you, man, stealing, and you just stay away from it. That's it. And you don't go back to what you used to do.
That's right.
Before you met God. Before you start hearing these things. And, wow, I can't do nothing. Wow, I can't be like the rest of these guys. I'm gonna be left out. That's it right there. You have to learn how to accept being left out. Because the other day you ain't gonna be holy. You ain't gonna be holy. You're not gonna be separated. Let me show you something. If you want to really clamp down on this, you cannot celebrate your birthday.
That's right. You hear that?
Tell you something about your birthday, man. It's about you.
Yeah.
It's about you.
That's right. It's about you.
Once you could cut that, Christmas ain't nothing.
That's right. You ain't nothing.
All them holidays ain't nothing, because they ain't about you. That day is about you. Everybody hitting you up. All the Facebook. Know why? Because your information is there, so everybody can see, it's John's birthday today. So you got people who don't speak to you all year, except that day. If you feel special, it messes with your pride.
That's right.
It's something in you. God said, look at these. They don't made the whole world made themselves gods. Okay? Now there's a man called Anton LaVey, warlock. Okay, if you read about him, you will understand what a birthday really is. And birthday son, I told y'all last week, you're only born once.
That's right.
He said, number one.
God did not give you any commands, nor none of his followers came up with any idea to celebrate the day that anybody was born. That's the beginning of Christianity.
That's right.
Birthdays is the beginning of Christianity.
Witchcraft.
Okay? It is the foundation of witchcraft.
You hear it?
It is the number one, they call it holy day. It's a holy day to devil worshipers.
That's right.
Because it's about self-esteem.
So that's where the word holiday come from. Okay? They took that holy day, took the Y off, put a I there, and put it together. Now you got HOLIDAY, holiday. Holiday come from wicked people who called their days holy day. They don't want to call this day the holy day. So they pick Sunday, call it the holy day. Day of the sun, that's the day that the people worship the sun. They really worship the sun.
That's right.
Okay? And then the next day was Monday. They really worship the moon. This is when you got the ideas of vampires, werewolves. When they come out at night, moon worship.
That's right.
Ooh, all of this stuff be transforming when he look at the moon. All that stuff is real, y'all. I'm letting y'all know. They didn't make all those movies up for nothing. The significance is moon worship, sun worship. I told y'all last week, the woman, you cannot touch your eyebrows. The cosmetology comes from wickedness.
That's right.
These were things that was taught. The angels taught man wickedness.
You hear that?
Things that man didn't know. We was already wicked. But then they came down and taught other stuff. They taught witchcraft. They taught this. They taught a woman wear lipstick, eyeliner, blush. All these things is a commemoration to demons.
Yeah.
Because it was demons who said, look, I want my son that I made with you to learn this stuff so he could teach the world these things. And you go to college for it and get license certificate for it. And it becomes people's careers, commercials. That's what this whole planet is made out of, man. The teachers of the fallen angels that are now demons.
That's right.
And we running with that. Not just off our own wickedness. We running with wickedness on top of wickedness on top of wickedness. And today, whoa. Listen, the little rock. No. Rap is done. Man, I heard a song the other day, and they're making challenges out of it. Man, rap is done. These songs, start looking at the lyrics.
Yep.
Look on Google and look at the lyrics of the song.
Yep.
You're going to see names of demons.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Even the old songs that were
Yep.
like, watch out.
Yep.
I ran into an old song, a song I like. Right? Boom, 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 boom. And he said, I said, what the hell did he say? What is he saying? I looked it up. It's the name of a demon. The man was singing the name of a demon. These are stars, celebrities with hot beats that to attract you, okay? And have you grooving to them. And those songs are like, you see the songs of David to God? These songs is songs to the devil.
Right.
They're not really love songs. They're love songs to him. You think he's talking about a girl. You think she's talking about a dude. They not talking about, he's talking about that guy there, man. The same way people praise God and make songs, they make songs to that. And the entertainment world is all about it. And that's what got everybody caught up.
Wow.
That's why it's hard for you to believe this. Because you're outnumbered. God knows that. So I said, stay away from them. Don't be like them. Because you're outnumbered. You go amongst them. No. If you don't do it, your wife gonna follow. Or your kids. So you can't go amongst them. You good. But then your family gonna get it. It ain't gonna last. When you die, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. You know how many people out there? You know how many women out there? Oh yeah, I used to be here. So you never was. You was just following. Okay? I know Muslim women. Their husband's been dead. They still Muslim.
That's right.
A man that was in it.
They still Muslim. I know a lot of Muslim women. They still Muslim. I know a lot of Christian women. They still Christian. Why they gotta change up when their husband died? So watch yourself. And the men lead correctly in the fear of God. Everything else does not matter. You will be tested. The number one test is woman. For a man, the number one test is woman. Because what do you get the money for? To impress woman.
Yeah.
What you get the money for? What you get the money for?
Yeah.
To look good. You get the pretty car. To get this and that. So you can get a wife. He's looking for a wife, but he got to have money. So look, all this stuff now, you got to watch it. Because they had a debate one time about this. Truth, money, wine, and the king. There were debates on these more topics. And look, the woman won out of all of them except for truth. She won over the king because he said, man, the woman is over the king. Yeah, the king, he a big bad dude. He said, but look at the king we got. We even saw his woman smack him.
That's right.
And he laughed it off.
Yeah.
And she even took the crown off his head.
Yes.
And put it on her head.
Yeah.
Get bad.
Okay.
You ain't supposed to be wearing nothing that pertains to a man. What you doing? Taking my crown off my head. Because he allowed it.
That's right.
Power.
See?
He allowed
He
it.
allowed it.
That's right.
All right. A mother and her child. The child disrespect. Look. It's not even a grown child. We ain't gonna get to the growns. He's starting younger. Child is 7, 6 years, 7, 8, 9 years old. And I see them curse their mother out. And the mother don't let her say, yo, man, why don't you do something up there? I can't say something. I don't care how. How. Man. Don't like you. Man. I don't think you're a kid. I want to beat you. And man, I'll make you listen to your mom. Man, I know how to do it. You should allow me to discipline that way. Guess what? Certain things, they're so attached to certain things, you ain't gotta touch them. Take it away.
Here, man. Here.
I take it away, man.
Here,
phone
man.
away, man.
Right.
You ain't even gonna have a phone. You ain't even gonna go to the store.
Take it away.
You don't even go to the window.
Right.
You gonna get this right.
Yo, here, man.
You in my house, man.
Here.
Man, listen, man, you gotta get this right. Believe what you're reading. All it is having another God. Look at that. All this stuff I just talked about the past 20 minutes is having another God. Here. Because if you're not doing this, you got another God. Oh no, the Most High is the king. So why are you not doing this? I know a lot of people who was here, and they know. They could come up here and tell you a couple of things because they've been taught by the best. They've been tutored personally. Where they at? Where they at? They out there. Right now they're watching Soul Train. And the Spanish ones is watching Caliente. Okay? Okay? Today is raining, so they ain't washing their car. This is the day people wash their cars. This is the day people do laundromat. This is the day, hey man, let's go on a boat outing. Let's do this, let's do that. It's been changed. What God said to do and don't do on Saturdays, man has changed. And everybody's good with it.
That's right.
It's a spirit got put on everybody. Not just you either. It's a spirit. God said, I put the spirit of drunkenness on you. You don't want to do this? Drunk. You know what drunk mean? You're going to think you're right in life and you're not. You're not. You're going to think you're doing stuff. You're going to think you right. You're going to think everything and what you read and what you conjure and what you, and all of this stuff is right. And God said,
That's right.
When you leave here, you're going to say, man, listen, man, that man told you, that woman told you, you ran across it here, you ran across it there, and you stubborned up. You say, in the day that thou hearest,
Harden not thy heart.
in the day that thou hearest,
Harden not thy heart.
in the day that thou hearest,
Harden not thy
in the
heart.
day that thou hearest.
Harden not thy
And
heart.
that's our problem.
Right.
I harden my heart because I know you're out of place, but you harden your heart to stay out of place. That's the drunken spirit that your hand works and your hands put on you. That you can't even snap out of this. You can't even tell yourself you wrong. You got a lot of work. So you got to allow somebody to tell you you're wrong then. Somebody has to have that job till you are able to govern yourself to show prudence. Because you haven't learned yet. And what you got to do is swallow your pride to serve God.
Yeah.
Swallow your pride. That's how you humble yourself. Humble is not this. I'm getting out my seat. Excuse me. No, that's that. I don't know where people get all that from.
From the book.
All you gotta do is, why am I ducking? Just walk through, man. But these are actions of deceivers.
Deceivers.
Okay? Those are mannerisms of deceivers, wicked people. Okay? They just want you to think they're smart.
That's right.
Most Israelites want you to think they're smart. They're not gonna tell you where you're messing up at. They ain't gonna tell you where they messing up at. How about that? Because that's what this is about. It's not about knowledge and knowing all this extra galactic stuff, man. What's wrong with everybody, man? Stay grounded. Exodus 20, he said, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." Anything you do outside of these commandments, you serve another God. You serve another God. God is telling you, you don't serve me by doing this. You're serving something that is not God. You're serving someone who ain't God. You serving someone that's going to die like you.
That's right. Praise God.
Use the bathroom just like you.
Right.
That's what the dude told Daniel. He said, "Well, look, man, you say y'all don't serve gods of wood and stone because they not alive." He got slick. He said, "What about this big giant dragon here? It's alive. This lizard lives, and you should pray to it." He said, "Look, man, I got something for that lizard. I'm gonna kill it. You can't kill God."
That's right.
The nigga on the cross.
How can you kill God? How can you grab him and strap him up and have your way with God? How can you do that with God? That's not God.
That idiot on the cross ain't God.
God is not born. God was not sperm. God was not a fertilized egg. He was not conceived in blood, in filth, and in sin like man.
You can't even look at him. You don't kill him. You can't see him.
Speak about it.
God does not sit down and eat
Dinner
with
table.
12 people
At the
fat
dinner
and sit down and be fat.
Buddha.
You know what I'm talking about. Because you got different gods. You got descriptions, shapes, and forms. This guy, he fat. That one's skinny. That one's black. That one's white. That one's short. That one's tall. That one's a woman. That one is both. You have deities and gods that one, oh boy, half of the year is a man. And the next half of the year is a woman. If y'all really study, I will see that the stuff that we like to follow, the people that we follow, serve these deities I'm talking about. All the gods today, all the worshiping of today comes from back here of old. I can show you, what they doing here started over here. And I could go in the book and show you. Because God told them what to do and what not to do. All of this is having another God before you.
That's right.
You don't have to have it in your house. You don't have to have this the idol here. No. You don't have to have it at all.
That's right.
Follow the people who follow it.
That's right. Walk in your ordinance.
That's what it is.
That's why he said stay away from the people.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Stay away from them. There's many people out there that doubted they had reservation and they got Christmas trees in their house.
Oh, yeah. Dead people pictures.
You got people who never, man, you got people who was born in this. You have people, and I grew up with in this way of life. Okay? While I'm still here, and they not. The whole family's gone. Okay? It's people that was born here, where they at? It's generations that came up. Y'all will never meet. They out there right now. Some dead already. Some living their life. And guess what they like to say? Guess what they like to say? When they see us, they like to say that they doing great. They're going to tell you they doing great. That's what was put in front of them to make them feel that they're correct. This is the right way to go. Yeah, I know who the true living God is, and that's it. And that's it. Because in front of you, you got money, you got a house, you got a car, you got cars, you got people jocking you because of what you got. You got people, your pride is so way up now. Okay? That's what kills it. That's what kills it, man. And you're going to wind up having another God. Because once you don't serve the Most High, whatever you do is serving another God. Whether it's yourself. But I'm sorry, I don't do none of that stuff. But whatever you do is still for you. You do it. You serve yourself now. You put yourself before God. So you got another God before him. Okay? Most of the deities and statues that people bow down to are male, female, and animals. Most of them. Most of the statues in the world. Look around. What are they? Men and women.
That's right.
That's the top order of idols.
Naked women, naked
You
men.
and most of them are naked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how they got down. Why are they naked? Why? Why? Because their worship is abominable, sexual, lewd, perverted acts. All of them.
That's right.
All of them. See what God said about the Cain. He said, yo, man, don't go down there and mess with them Canaanites. Kill them. Huh? What kind of a God? This is the kind of a God. Because he made these people and he knows what is in them. Okay? Just like you run a factory and you make bottles. Every bottle that's being made is not gonna come out perfect. You're gonna have defects. You gotta have some that did not come out correct. What you gonna do? You're gonna take that out and do what? Discard it. So God said, Canaanites up, discard. And that's your job. And they didn't do it. So now, all those things that God hates the Canaanites for, that's what the world is into now.
That's right.
Leviticus 18 tells you why God said, kill off the Canaanites. And when you read, most of them is sexual lewd acts. They burn their children in the fire. They have incest. That is their way.
Yeah.
They eat anything. They are cannibals. This is a natural thing. This is not, oh, we're being seized, we're going to eat our kids. No. This is a religion for them. This is how they lived. God said these guys are super disgusting. They got 400 more years to go, Abraham, so not now. And when the time came, we left them alive. Israel left them alive. For what? For money.
Yeah.
We got into the extortion game. God said, man, I didn't tell you extort them. If I wanted them extorted, I'd tell you go run down on them and extort them. I told you to wipe them out.
Right.
You went and extorted them. You kept them around for money
That's right.
when you don't need it. I got you. You're bugging. This is what happens when you don't follow the directions of God. You start bugging. You start having your own ideas and you do one little detail wrong. That's it. You messed up, man. You messed up. They were supposed to wipe them out, but they didn't. So God said, all right, since you want them around, it's going to be to your own hurt. Now they're going to keep kept. Now you're going to live amongst the heathen to prove yourself. Or you going to follow them or not. Now, today's even more. Because you can't follow Israelites either.
That's right.
Most Israelites is into Judaism.
Yeah.
Most Israelites is into Judaism or Christianity.
That's right.
Yeah.
All them regulars.
Most Israelites in this world is into Judaism and Christianity. They are not straight up with the Torah and dry and cut. Outside of this, you don't need nothing else. You don't need no other books. You don't need no other instructions, man. You don't need nobody telling you nothing. Read this and do what God said. You don't need no mediator. You don't need to come to me to get to God.
Right.
You don't need to confess to me nothing.
That's right.
Confess to God on your own.
That's right.
Every religion out here, you got a man to confess to.
Yeah.
Some of them a woman to confess to.
Yeah.
Some of them, you got to stand up in front of this dead big piece of concrete and confess your sins to a nothing.
Yeah. That's right.
And that's what they got everybody in the world mixed up in. That's why when you read this is strange. This is strange. You feel different. I don't feel right. I don't feel right wearing skirts all the time. I'm used to it because nobody does this. And this is what God is going to make you stick out in God's face.
You're not partying on Friday nights and Saturdays.
You're leaving that alone. You're not at the park.
So you feel weird.
You can't follow the Jewish people either because they go to the park. You can't do none of that. You can't go to work.
Say it again.
You can't go to work
On Saturday?
on Saturday. You can't go to work or Friday night.
Did you hear that?
If you're out of town, get here early
Right.
in the week.
Right.
If your mind said, yo, I should leave now, and it's Wednesday, leave now because something's going to happen to keep you back.
That's right.
That's God. That's wisdom speaking to you.
That's right.
I should do this now. For the purpose of what? Being here for Shabbat. When your mind tells you anything towards doing this, do it.
That's right.
Don't eject it. It's only gonna speak to you one time,
One
man.
time.
That's
It's only
right.
come once.
One time. And when your man tells you something, yesterday, before you came, Iman, and told me you needed me to go to the laundromat, right? You can hear right here. It's the front window. I heard a dude yelling. I said, man, it's in front here. Let me look and see, just in case any of my brothers out there. I look out. It's a guy, regular heathen guy. He's not an Israelite. He don't know nothing about this. He don't know that God said man rule. None of that. He walking, his woman, child. You know what I heard him say? He said, yeah, man, but all you had to do was say, okay, baby, and we wouldn't even be like this. Yeah, I gotta walk off, right? Think about that one. Because I can't listen to my parents. You can't listen to your husband. This one can't listen. Who gonna listen to God? No, that's the practice that you get. Now it's gonna be easy to listen to God because you listen to me. I listen to my father and my father. So when I read this, it's easier for me to read. I'm not gonna feel no way because I don't feel no way when they give me an order. Practice make what? Perfect. Practice make what? Perfect. When you gonna start practicing? When we gonna start practicing?
That's right.
Be on top of myself. It said, verse 4.
Thou shalt have no other gods beside me.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not make for thyself any carved idol.
You cannot carve out any image. Something about images, statues, portraits, busts. A bust is a head with half the chest. Yeah. Okay? All these things we can't be doing. This is honorable amongst heathen.
Right.
If the whole, look. From the beginning, if it went the way, if they listened to God at the beginning, y'all wouldn't know about these things. Yeah, because all of it is sin. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't know about it. People wouldn't be driven to look at the sun and want to make images of it. It wouldn't have been happening. You wouldn't feel a way when God said, don't do this or don't do that. Because you don't have nothing in you to buck it. But we got help. Yeah, we got something to bucket. The law. Apply the pressure with the law.
Right.
You'll see the change with yourself, but guess what? You're going to start getting happy with yourself and get mad at everything else. No, that's another thing. Anger works. Anger works. When you're doing these commandments, your anger going to be channeled correctly. You're going to get angry for violation.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? You can get angry.
You hear that?
God gave us emotions, but we don't use them right. Okay? See, we use them when we stress the wrong things. See, over here, it says stress weakens the heart and the brain. When I stress about doing God's commandment, it does not weaken my heart and brain.
No.
When I stress over my woman or my kids that don't want to serve God or certain things of that nature, that's when the stress comes in and my heart and my brain gets weak. Okay? Anger. I just told y'all about anger, right? It weakens your liver. But what you getting angry about? You angry at your daddy? Your liver gonna get messed up.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
You angry at your mother?
You hear that?
You gonna drink more.
That's right.
To mess your liver up.
Yeah.
It says your liver's a filter. It said, but if I get angry because somebody bring an image in my house, ain't nothing happening to my liver. And even when I drink, ain't nothing happening to my liver.
Right.
How about that? Okay? Grief weakens the lungs. So I said, don't grieve your parents, don't grieve your mom. It specializes grieving your mother a little bit more than grief part, because the father, the men, we like, yo, man, he good. He good. My son got this. He good. You know what I'm saying? But the mothers, they will cry. That's their little baby boy. Yeah, you know, mama's boy, that's something, you know what I'm saying? There's a certain attachment with a son and the mother. Yeah. Right? And there's a certain attachment with the daughters and the daddies. I see, little girls with their daddy, they don't play. You create an enemy with them girls. Girls love their fathers, man. I'm not saying the sons don't. The girls show a little, like, they don't even criticize their fathers. Men do, the boys do. The boys criticize their fathers. And that's why you have to honor your dad. You can't criticize them. everything they do is correct in your eyes.
That's right. That's right.
In
You
your
hear that?
eyes, everything they do is correct.
That's right.
Amen.
Yeah, but it's saying here, don't correct them. My children and my wife ain't correcting me. You understand that? I correct myself. God correct me. My mother correct me.
That's right. You
My
hear
father
that?
correct me. My uncle correct me. Okay? Other than that, don't think you coming and correct me. Go somewhere else. You're gonna lose. All right?
Go correct your woman.
That's right.
Correct
You hear that?
Go correct your woman.
Teach her about her menstruation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how she's supposed to count them
Yeah.
days.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Teach her these
7
things.
days.
Yeah.
Teach her them things. Teach her how to bring up them children, man.
Enlighten
Yeah.
them. Enlighten them.
How
Teach her
what
the
to
ways of
allow.
God.
Look, what to allow and not allow in the house when you're not around.
All right. Yeah, when you not around.
One man said, yo, I'm building a private security system in my house.
Some people got that.
And some people do.
Already
They got cameras in every house. Why? To watch his wife
That's right. I think you.
or watch his sons.
Yeah. You
You
hear
got
that?
scammers. You got scammers at 6 years old. They know how to get the mom dues and pop dues credit cards and they know how to do that. And go online and do it. I hear parents who say, man, what the hell? $300 from where? And when they find out, their 6-year-old son ordered games.
Whoa.
You see what's going on? Everything got your kid except this. Everything got you except this.
That's right.
That's why. We don't put our things first, man, our priorities first. Our heart is not to do this. You have to make and I seen a man force himself to serve God.
Yeah.
So that means you ain't gonna do it easier than him. You're gonna force yourself like I did. He had to force himself to perfect himself in front of God before he died. He reached a level of perfection. He said, well, I got all this stuff covered here. He said, all right, so he went into where? In his head. Now he started cleaning his hair up. I'm not supposed to be thinking like that. I'm not going to talk about that. Hey, man, don't talk about that conversation, man. Yeah. What was in him? He got mad when the wrong thought came to his head. He got mad at it. That's how you reject it.
He said he's not supposed to think.
He said, I'm not supposed to think like that. He said, wait a minute. He laughed at it. Then he said, hey, man, I got to do more. He said, because I wasn't supposed to think. That wasn't supposed to come to my head. So I'm not there yet.
That's right.
I remember when he said that. He says, because I'm not there yet. He said, but I'm going to get there. Look, man, this is the man that started wearing gloves in the early 1980s because of unclean people and unclean chairs, unclean beds, unclean items. You don't sit down in taxis, in people's cars, on the train, buses, park benches. Because you always remember, I get unclean, man, I gotta wash before sundown.
Right.
He said, look, man, Shabbat, I'm staying here. Because everywhere else is unclean. I go visit, I might stand up. And everybody want to shake hands. Everybody want to touch. You see that?
Yeah.
When we go outside, we say, hey, man, what's up, man? Nigga, we went, oh, man, I seen your face that day. And you just came out to shower. But this is the dedication of the righteous, and the sacrifice of the righteous is to go through those things. It ain't going to stress you out. It ain't going to get you angry. It ain't going to grieve you. You ain't going to be worried because you're doing God's law.
That's
And
exactly
fear
right.
of God does not weaken your kidneys. If I fear anything else, my kidneys going to get weak. I worry about anything else than getting this done. Or if I worry about someone who's doing these commandments, that's good. God looks out for those who looks out for his servants. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
Ebed Melech is an Ethiopian. And he had his stuff cut. He was a eunuch.
Right.
He was a Ethiopian. He was an Ethiopian out of the tribes of Ham, what we call today Africans.
Yep, Jeremiah.
Okay? And he worked in the temple. He was a servant in the temple. And Jeremiah, they grabbed Jeremiah, the prophet of God, and they was mad at him because whatever God told him to say to the people, they didn't like it. So they took it. They can't grab God. I told y'all, you can't chase God. So they grabbed the one who represent God here on planet. Oh, they'll say the Lord, come here, grab you up and straighten you up, man. Back then, they'll kill you, man, when you say thus say the Lord. Israelites, much more today. You can't trust all Israelites. That's one thing I was taught, and I saw it with my own eyes. You can't trust all Israelites. I'm talking about amongst the men. A woman ain't got nothing to do with this. Amongst the men, we some real treacherous dudes with each other. There is no love amongst the men in Israel. Back then, it's more. Today, there is none. There's a lot of, what they call it? Backstabbing. A lot of backstabbing. A lot of betrayal. A lot of deceit. A lot of slander. A lot of backbiting. And I'm a witness to all of it. I've been seeing it. I've seen it in every camp. Nobody can contest that. I've been around long enough. I saw things. I know Israelites. Yeah. Bible took me around. Took me and my brother around. And we seen a lot of things that I said, wait a minute, man. The heathens, we said we can't eat from them.
That's right.
I can't eat from you. I don't care how much this is you wear. I'm not eating from you. You eat blood.
Yeah.
God said don't eat blood. You got Israelites that eat blood, and you got teachers that tell them to go up there and eat blood. Just get it well done.
Right.
You can go to any restaurant and get a cheeseburger or a steak. Make sure it's well done. It's going to be well done with blood in it. Are you bugging?
Talking was juicy.
Blood don't evaporate, man.
The blood cooks in the meat.
It cooks in the meat.
Unless that blood is soaked out. Because by the time you get it, it has to be soaked out. All right? Because they don't pour the blood out in the slaughterhouse. In the slaughterhouse is where your meat is not getting killed outside and getting hunted down. Okay? Like theirs was. Or it didn't come from in the back of your backyard where your farm at. Okay? There's a bunch of sick animals gathered together in a factory. Yeah, they're sick. I seen a video where they dragging cows. Mucus coming out of him. His bones is breaking. He's sick. He's about to die. And that stuff, they chew on this. They break that dude down and get all the good parts of the meat and serve it.
Now scientists
For
say
real.
when they get the meat, they add pink slime.
Pink slime, yeah.
To the meat.
Yeah.
What's the purpose?
Yeah.
That's not
You color?
Yeah.
What's that for?
I don't know
to
what
add
it's
more
for.
bodies. Add more to the
I
meat.
really don't know what
Too
it's
much people
for.
in the world.
But guess what?
That's what it is.
In the bottom of your digestive system is where it lays. It doesn't get
You
digested.
can Google it on YouTube. Pink
You can
slime.
read about it. Pink slime.
It's there.
They had a lot of stuff to it. That ain't even meat. Even with the blood out and the fat out, that ain't even meat. Okay? Abraham didn't go and eat nothing from nobody.
Right.
A farmer to come in. He can't come with his food. I'm going to feed you. I'm going to feed you. That's why we tell people, this is why my parents always made sure food was available Shabbat. Even when we was going to camps. You know why? To prevent people from carrying burdens. Because if not, we was going to have pans of food coming in. Shalom, man. Shalom, man. And that is a carrying of a burden. And you're not supposed to carry nothing on the Shabbat. We don't set up nothing. We used to take our food Friday afternoon. Me and all my brothers, we get in the cab. We got all that food y'all see in there. It's packed. We get the cab there. Boom. We take 2 cabs sometimes. There's so much of us. Just me and my brothers. And we go. Mind you, me and you lived out of state New York. Right? Me and him lived out of state New York. We was here every Friday for that. We didn't miss. There's no such thing as excuses. An excuse is a lie.
That's right.
An excuse is a lie.
You hear that?
Okay? Why you slept with why you slept with my wife, man? There ain't no reason for that. And it was the liquor. That's an excuse. That was a lie. You've been one of her. You got drunk and hey, perfect time. I'm loose.
The devil made me do it.
The devil ain't make you do nothing.
The devil made me do it.
You're not close to God like that.
That's right.
Huh? You got to be close to God for the devil to take personal. Yo, man, like Job.
Right.
Man, I can't touch him. He got an edge around him. That's why God said, yeah, what's up with him? God, I see you going all over and you got everybody. I see you got everybody. What about Job? Did you estimate him? Did you look inside? Because he could look too. Did you look and see that guy ain't got wickedness in him? He said, yeah, man. He said, I can't touch him because you got a shield around him. He said, but he's like all men. See, that's where he made a mistake at. But when you serve God, you are not a man no more.
That's right.
You're not of this planet no more. You become one of the Elohim. You become godly like God. You just got flesh on you. It's the only difference. You just got flesh on you. But you become just like him. He said, be like me, right or wrong.
Right.
You become just like him. He said, be holy. To be holy, therefore, because what? I'm holy. He said, do the godly things. What is godly things? Things that God approves of. Things that God smiles on. Things that God would advise you or command you to do.
Things Abraham did.
The things that Abraham did. He said, man, this guy here, you can follow everything he did. No fault. His wife, follow everything she did. She wasn't selfish. I can't have a child. So that's it. We ain't have no child. She said, look, man, we gonna have a son. You gonna have a son. Look, I got a servant here. Hagar, the Egyptian.
Right.
She's a virgin. She's under my subjection. If you go into her and have a child, she have a son, that'll be my son. That's what they call today surrogacy.
Right.
Surrogate mother.
Yeah.
But for him to do that, he had to go up in there and they had to have sex. Because that was the only way it was happening. There is no artificial insemination.
No.
Because now they do, you have to get artificially inseminated because you don't have to have contact with that person. See how they switched everything up? He had to have contact. So that means what? Sarah ain't feel no way. She ain't feel no way. She's, oh, well, I'm sharing my husband. It's beyond that. He has to have a son. God don't prophesy great things for this man. And for it to happen, for it to last, because it's going to go beyond him, he has to have a son. I can't give it to him, so you go get in there. That's what she did. That's why she did it. Okay? Abraham, he didn't come and say, well, look, man, he didn't do that. And then later on, when she said, yo, this child here ain't going to grow with our child, because now she got her son. And Most High said, well, look, everything going to go through that one. Yitzchak laughed her, right? So she's like, yo, this one here, you need to kick them out. Because he mocked them. And whatever that mocking was, it's not going to be good as years go by. She saw mothers notice stuff that we ain't going to notice with babies. Talking about mothers, not young women having children. Mothers that have children and that have, look, man, dealt with babies all their lives, right? They know. They can look at certain stuff. Say, oh, no. Whatever that mocking was, whatever that kid, whatever Ishmael did, and he was about 14 at the time, because he got circumcised at 13.
Yeah.
So he was 14, 15 years old, right? His brother wasn't that age. His brother was way younger. He was a kid, a baby. So what was you doing to that child to make her say, yo, he gotta go? We don't know. But we know one thing, it ain't good. It wasn't good. It would have been something she saw he gonna do some harm to him or influence him the wrong way, something, but he gotta get away from him. See, that's why he said, follow Mother Sarah. Follow Abraham. Men follow him. Because they the ones that set this whole Israelite thing off. It would have never been none of this if that man did not believe God. Okay? That's what started it. He believed God, and boom, the nation was made. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not make for thyself any carved idol, or a likeness of anything that is in heaven above.
You can't make a picture or a likeness or a resemblance of anything that you see when you look up there. Anything. I don't care what it is. You can't make a copy in any form of anything you see up there. Tamshi.
Or that is in the earth beneath.
Or that is in the earth that's beneath here. Here, man, woman, child, this, that, dolls, cats, creeping things, everything here that you see on this planet,
Or that is in the water under the earth.
or the stuff that live in the waters. You know, that's a whole different universe down there. Okay, that's a whole other world down there. There's creatures we still learning about down there. Okay, there's depths that man can't go. Even in machines, the pressure will crack them. But you got creatures that live down there. Leviathan is down there.
Right.
Enoch is somewhere in the jungle somewhere. What they call him Bigfoot.
Yeah.
People say, oh, that's Enoch. Yeah. There's other books that say that God made two creatures called Leviathan and Enoch. And they are so huge, man. God is the one that got them still. Leviathan is big. And he got to, if God tell Leviathan pull up, we dead.
So, on this earth bad
if he starts moving and he stand up, he can do. You see what I just did? That's what he's gonna do to the earth.
So,
Perfect example. Because he's placed well in the depths of the sea. And if he start getting up and he fully shake himself, like what Samson said, I'm gonna shake myself. Yo, tsunamis, earthquake, everything going.
Ain't no missile can't kill him.
Nah, ain't no army gonna be able to mess with that. God got creatures, man, that we don't even know about. We don't even know the whole creation, man. We need to leave that stuff alone. Stay with this law, Tamshi. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. Now, you don't make the image, right? Don't matter what you do with it. You can't make it. So if I can't make it, I can't have it. Back then, you made your idols. You did not go to a store. You see how today, I can say, man, I gotta buy me a new Bible. Not back then. It didn't exist. Stores didn't exist.
Yes.
You had everything on your own. Okay? He said, so if you can't make it, then you're not gonna have it. That's why he said, don't make them. Because that was the only way to have it.
Right.
Don't make them. And guess what? I have my house, you have your house, right? My gods and your gods is different. My gods is the gods of the people that died before me and my family. Great aunts, great uncles. Those are the ones that become, they call them the ancestors. You heard what the man said the other day in Not Ancestor, did you hear him? But he said, the ancestors, he put it in my head. And that's that ancient family. Anish, it's called Anish, household gods. It was started in old Babylon, which is called Sumer. Before it got the name Babylon, it was called Sumer, Sumerian. Okay? And they branched off, and when God split them up, everybody left with the same ideas from Babylon. The world got its charge of going against God under Nimrod's rule in that era. When God hit them with languages, remember what they was trying to do. Remember, they was trying to go up there and do what? Okay? One book, it told you the thoughts. There's a book that I read that tell you the thoughts of the people that was making that tower. And none of it was good. The idea of making that tower was good. God said, look, the whole world is in unison. Everybody is thinking as one. That was the one time this world and everybody in it was thinking together, but it wasn't for good. God said they all had one mind. He said, and look what they begin to imagine. You know what I mean? Look what come up in their head. They didn't come together and say, yo, man, we're going to all serve God now. They said, man, we're going to build this to go against God. Matter of fact, we're going up there, see what's up. That's what they're going up there. And I got to mention one thing. Certain things, certain topics, leave it alone. Because it's beyond a lot of y'all. Y'all don't read enough to say certain things, man. God said, and I quote, and he is going to accomplish that. Meaning, if God did not put those languages on those people, they was going to reach heaven. Yeah. I don't want to hear, well, but they didn't have ships. Well, what if they go up there? They're not going to make it. No, listen to me. God said that they going to get it. Whatever they had, whatever they was working with, they was going to make it. God stopped them from reaching heaven. And we know God said, oh man, what they imagine to do? He said, and they will accomplish this. So don't tell me certain things. Yes, man is wicked, but he's out of his breach now. So certain things he's going to accomplish, that don't mean he's correct. Think about it, y'all. That don't mean he's correct. He's going to come up with inventions. Yes. Right or wrong? Technology. He's going to come up with the TV. He's going to come up with certain things. Oh, wow, this is a good idea. You need to patent this. This is for our comfortability to make life easier. This was made so we can communicate easier. I got a phone. This is the phone. Phone, yeah. You talk through it and your voice get heard across the world right now. So man has sought out many inventions. God didn't give them none of that. You know why? Because now man is reliant on his technology. Man is relying on the works of his hands, on his statues and his cities and his bridges. That's where his head is at. And he don't have it. But man, you know what? We're going to find another planet. Defiance. What that mean? They got to go back. Now, and languages, something else. God is going to do something else to stop them, because we all know languages now. You can speak to me in Chinese now. I can pick this phone up, hold it up to you, and then I get and I look, and it's going to tell me what you said. So a more devastating thing is going to happen when wicked people get together in the world. Because your wickedness, that your intellect, what they call the intellect, is just knowledge of wickedness to its heights. The only intellect is the wisdom of God coming from performance of the commandments. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not bow down to them nor serve them. For I Elohim by Elohim.
He said, I'm going to tell you why I'm jealous. I'm jealous. You're giving credit and you're giving props to nothing, something I created, a piece of rock I created. That's supposed to go to me. Because I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I don't want you with a household full of pictures and statues of gods and all this stuff. And you look to that for your well-being. Because that's what it's all about. You look to your God for your well-being. Right or wrong? But there's only one. So that's when he gets jealous. Because you looking at this and looking at that. And He said, I'm a jealous God, especially to the ones who know better like us. You got no excuse. None. Tamshi.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation.
God said, I visit the iniquity. Okay? On the sons from their fathers. Your sons will pay for a lot of the father's iniquities. If the father's not right before God, the son will pay for it and don't even know why this happened. You jam them up. They start, but David, all right. God told David, the sword shall not depart out of your home because of what you did in this matter. Even though I ain't killing you, there's still repercussions on this planet. When you leave here, I erased it. We only know about it because we read it. God said, yo, iniquity was erased. I went like this to yours. You special. You ain't like them. You ain't like them. And I know you really down with me all the way. You messed up, man. But I ain't gonna kill you for that. But guess what, though? You gotta keep things straight.
That's right.
You gotta die.
That's right.
You gotta die. You can't have no bastard being no prince.
That's right.
All right? You can't have bastards sitting on the throne.
That's right.
Okay? Well, a bastard is a child that was born out of whoredom or wedlock, incest or rape.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Okay? And in that case, adultery.
Teach.
Take care of that.
So it's a bastard child, so God killed it.
Yeah.
All right? What did David say when the servant said, yo, what's up? When the child was sick, you was fasting, you wasn't eating. He said, but as soon as you heard the child is dead, it's like you don't care no more. He said, no, man, listen, man. He ain't gonna return to me. I'm gonna go to him. And that's deep. Because you know what that means? David know where he going. He ain't going to no pit.
Right.
That child that we just called the bastard
It's gonna be what
is
David
going
going.
with David.
Right.
He just couldn't be here. He just couldn't be here. God did not allow him to be here because of what went down. But he said, he ain't gonna return to me, but I shall go to him. When I die, I'm gonna see my son. So his son is good.
Well, David going.
Because where David going, David ain't going to no pit.
And
He
David
ain't going to
said
no hell.
he gonna
He
see
ain't
his
getting
son.
tortured. And where he going, he gonna see his son. So that told me something. That told me something. I got to see him again. I want to see these people. I want to see these people, man. The more you read about it, the more you want. The more you read about them, the more you get influenced by them, the more you gonna want to meet them. Oh man, I finally got to meet you. I done heard so much about you,
Yeah, man. I want to meet
man,
your
I
ass.
finally get it. That's how you're gonna feel about these people that you're reading about, because your belief gonna be more and more. I'm just saying through experience. After a while, you're not gonna be thinking 10 years down the line how you are thinking now. I'm just telling you, I can't totally explain it yet. But you're not gonna be thinking the same way, man. You're gonna say, man, yeah, I used to think, but now I understand what I'm reading. Because why? I believed what I used to think. I believed it. But now God's showing me, okay, wow, he believing or she believing what they're doing. Why? Because you're messing up doing it. Chief took the chairs before any knowledge, real knowledge of it, he would wash all those chairs. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
He would wash all those chairs. Yeah. But then we reading, and the more dedication to get this right opened his eyes. And he understood what he read and said, oh, those things stay unclean. Where you have everybody else in Israel say they get clean when the woman get clean. No, they don't. There is no time period. Once it's unclean, that's it. It is separated for her use. Time sheet.
For I am Elohim the jealous, Elo, punishing the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of those that hate me.
Until the generation of those that hate me. When you don't follow God's commandments, you hate them. Plain and simple. So all the generations, visiting the iniquity of fathers upon the children until the third and fourth generation, means so on and so on. That's what's happening now. All these generations are getting visited their fathers' generations. And that's why wickedness increases. That's why what was not allowed in society is allowed today. I'm going to say it again. What was not allowed and what was shunned upon, what was looked bad upon, what people taught against that didn't even know God is praised, acknowledged, and tolerated. Okay? Tell she.
For showing mercy to thousands of generations of those that love me and keep my commandments. I shall not take the name of Elohim thy El in vain. For Elohim will not hold him guiltless.
Once you violate, you took God's name in vain.
Straight up.
You saying you doing this for nothing. And you calling him a liar. Yeah. You doing this, you took his name in vain. You took his name and you ain't doing nothing with it. You ain't doing what you're supposed to do with it. So you took it for nothing. Vain means nothing. No purpose. no cause, no goal.
Right.
Time sheet.
For Elohim will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain.
You're not gonna be guiltless. Meaning you're not gonna deal with you as you're innocent. Meaning you ain't gonna get away. Time sheet.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
It said, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. This one thing I always stuck in my head with that. My email from base, he said, look, you gotta remember the Shabbat day during the week.
That's right.
How else will you be able to remember it on the you won't forget it on that day.
Mhm.
Everything you do during the week is preparing for this day. This is the day.
That's right.
Everything you do. That's your personal stuff. Oh, that's why but this day is not included in that.
Mhm.
It is subjugated to be a part. Okay? Even entertainment is dead today.
That's right.
Even my own conversation is dead today.
That's right.
If we keep our conversation correct, your brain will be correct today. You're not going to rush the sun. People rush the sun.
Yeah.
I see it. I'm about to say, look, I'm about to say, look, you rushing the sun. You rushing, look, every minute. We used to have a clock back then. Every once in a while, you see somebody go like this. Yeah, hey, what you doing? What you doing? Why are you clocking the time? You ain't got there, but you got somewhere to go today. You got somewhere to go. You got to get ready for your job tonight. So you know what he did? He said, look, on Shabbat, cut that off. You see people look, oh, shoot. Because you have to learn how to give God the time that you so easily give everything else.
Name is Rob, yeah.
You only ask for one day.
Remember your day, man.
Right.
Only 24 hours, man. Ain't gonna kill you, man.
They're gonna kill you.
It's gonna better you so you have more strength to keep what you're learning today during the week.
Right.
This is your battery charging today.
That's right.
That's what it is. For the spirit. Time sheet.
6 days shall thou labor and do all
Just
thy
told
work.
y'all, you got all 6 days to do these things, man. Set up the chairs. We set up the chairs the day before. We don't set up the chairs this morning or last night. We don't, when we break and it's over, the chairs stay there.
That's right.
Let's say tomorrow's a holy convocation, another day, holy. Sometimes we get it like that now,
Right.
right? The chairs stay there.
That's right.
Next week.
That's next week. Shabuo. The chairs stay there.
Right.
Because we got another convocation. Tonight goes into a Sabbath, not the Sabbath. Today is the Sabbath.
That's right.
All right? The feast days, the first days and the last days of those feast days is a Sabbath. It is not the Sabbath.
Right.
The holiest day, period, is today.
Gang.
There is no other holy day like today.
Gang.
So when those days fall on a Saturday, the rules of the Shabbat over exceed Passover,
Oh, yeah.
the Feast of Unleavened Bread,
Oh, yeah.
Shabuo,
Uh-huh.
and Feast of Boots.
Speak about it.
Okay? Yo, but who's commanded we have to feast here, but the Shabbat. But you're gonna downplay the Shabbat for this day? When God
That's right. You're right. That's the only day he said it.
that's the only day, man, that he blessed and sanctified and hallowed. Different. So even the feast days, he said you treat it like a Shabbat.
Yeah.
But then when we stop, we have a holy convocation. After the holy convocation, I could play music. I could drink, I could smoke, right or wrong.
Right.
You can't do that today.
No.
So this is more holier. Today is more holier
Oh, yeah.
than the feast days. So when it lands on these days, you still gotta stay in the laws of the Shabbat day. You can't cook today
Hold it down.
because it's a feast day today. Look, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. One time, it came in on a Friday. So that Thursday night, it comes in now. We making bread Wednesday. You understand what I'm saying? Because we can't make bread on the Shabbat. The bread that we make, that had to be held for Saturday.
Yeah.
Because we can't make none. You see what I'm saying? It supersedes every other day.
Right.
And you still find a way to observe the day, but within the rules of the Shabbat. Tough shit.
For the 7 days of Shabbat to Elohim thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do it.
This is the day everybody want to do their own thing. Y'all know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
This is the standard of the world. And on Saturday, it's your day. To do what you want to do.
Watch your car.
God didn't say that. So who told you this? Who you following?
All right.
Ways of the world.
Who you following?
The ways of the world.
Time sheet.
Thou,
That's
know
right.
thy son, know thy daughter, thy man.
That's everybody in your house. You can only control what go on in your house.
You hear that?
You can't control what go on in my house.
Do you hear that?
And I can't control what's going on in your house.
That's right.
But by God, you better control your house, man. Son of man.
Run it.
Son of man. And that means man, period. Whether you're Israelite or not. Man. All men. You say, hey, I pay the bills in this house. I ain't even hear it on TV. So I'm the man of the house. But if you were the man of the house, you set your rules and you enforce it.
That's right.
And you have to show that you run it.
That's right.
Sometimes, me personally, I do things spitefully to see. I know what I'm dealing with, man. 'Cause when I'm not around, man, I'm always hearing little things when I'm not around. A woman always doing this. A woman always, I got a bad track record with this. So I don't trust them when it comes to this. I don't trust them when it comes to this, man. And when they get mad at me, they get mad at God. When they get mad at me, because I looked at another girl, they don't want to come to Shabbat. They don't want to do this. So you was not here for this.
That's right.
When they get mad at me, we can't have an argument. Well, now you want to take it out on God.
Talk about it.
Now you don't want to do this no more.
Yeah.
Hey, we could break up. You can still do this.
That's
Talk
right.
about it.
Look, I
You hear that?
respect you more.
Talk about it.
Word up. You know what? It was just from her, for her to run into me. We link up a minute, but she had to know, God, she's still here. We not together. And I ain't going to get mad either. Because I want you to serve God more than I want you to be with me. How about that?
All right.
That's what I told one woman. I need you. I love you so much. We don't need to be together. You hate me that bad. But serve God. Don't take it out on yourself. Serve God.
Don't take it out on me.
He just used me. Hey. He already know. Hey, no, but he going to teach her.
Don't take it out on the pork.
Don't
baby.
take it out. Look. Because at the end, you're taking it out of yourself and your children. If you have any.
Sending your children to hell.
You're sending them, you give them a chance. At least give them a chance to make their own decision. They can deep down and this is the right thing. It's just hard to do. It's hard.
You know it's the right thing.
But you know it's the right thing.
You know it's the right thing.
You know it's the right thing. Because it makes sense. It makes sense.
Stop being stubborn.
It makes sense. And every other thing is the origin of sun worship, moon worship, this worship,
Trinity.
Trinity. Tells you.
Thy manservant, know thy maidservant, know thy cattle, know thy stranger that is within
That
thy
is within thy gates. The stranger is the visitor, the outsider. He didn't grow up in here. He's not part of these rules, right? But when he come through this door, he's subject. When she come through this door, she's subject.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's subject when they come through my door.
That's right.
Everybody's subject to do these commandments once you living in my house.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care who pay the bills. I'm the man here. I'm running it. And that's
right.
it.
Run it.
That's it. That's what my God respects. I don't respect nothing else. Know
That's right.
why? Because nothing else respect me.
That's right.
Nothing else matter.
Nothing else matter. I've seen men give it up to women, and the woman turn on them.
Yeah.
Women turn on them
Yes.
because you give your power up.
Yes.
It's a natural thing.
You hear
It's
that?
not their fault.
Comedian.
That's why he said, you rule, boy,
You hear that?
and allow him to rule over you. You have to humble yourself and break that evil spirit down.
That's right.
Because since you've been born, we have a spirit that got built it up. And now you, woman, the man, know what they got to break down. You got to break down that spirit that you got. Because it's
That's right.
stopping you from advancing.
That's right.
It's stopping you from advancing. It's stopping you from understanding. The understanding to depart from evil. Come
Right.
sheep.
For in 6 days Elohim made heaven and earth,
Uh-huh.
the sea and all that in the
Not Gilgamesh. The dude named Gilgamesh
Yeah.
from the Babylonians.
Battle of
Babylonians, they have their own. The Babylonians
Battle of
have their own account of the Genesis. Okay, and this guy, he didn't drown. In that
Battle,
story,
right.
while Noah and them in the ark, He still was swimming around in the water.
5 months.
Battle of
5 months.
5 months.
Straight.
What kind of story is this?
Battle of
So it's not
Gilgamesh.
the epics of Gilgamesh. And guess what? You see that Moby Dick?
Moby Dick.
You know that was supposed to have been around the time of the flood also.
Huh?
Yeah. Yo, man, the origin. Whatever you like, whatever you're into, see where it come from. See who created it. See who got together and say, hey, man, you know what? Let's make this a day. And every time this day come, every year, we do this and this and this. That's a holiday.
That's right.
God did not prescribe it in Leviticus 23.
Holiday.
Anything outside of I ain't even got to follow Hanukkah.
That's right.
I ain't got to.
That's right.
That was for them
Dedicated to the temple.
because they was the last ones on the frontier.
That's right.
Okay? And that day was created for them because of what was going on with them. The altar, they still had the altar and it got desecrated. See, something happened. It got made unclean, so they couldn't use it.
Right.
And when it got rededicated, it was an event, a party.
Right.
That's it. Chanukah.
That's right.
Okay? And they didn't give out gifts.
No Hanukkah
It
bullshit.
said they give out portions.
That's right.
You know what portion is? Food.
Food.
What we doing? We're giving out portions. We didn't give gifts.
No
Gifts
Hanukkah bullshit.
is Christmas. Toys
No
is
Hanukkah
Christmas.
boys.
Anything wrapped with a ribbon is Christmas.
That's right.
It has a significance,
You hear
y'all.
that?
It has a significance. Everything has a meaning. Tell me.
And rested on the seventh day. Therefore, Elohim blessed the Shabbat day.
He said in 6 days, God made heaven and earth. For 6 days, God was creating, setting it up. Put the moon here. Not too close, not too far. Right here. This is enough light here. Boom, 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 boom. And then when he sat back and he looked at everything, it was good. He said, yeah, this day, yeah, I'm going to bless this day because I didn't create nothing. Everything to be created was created.
Those 6 days.
He didn't miss or forget something to be created. There was no list for him to read off.
Take time.
Okay? That's why he's God. Because he made to exist and made alive what did not exist. So on that day, he said he blessed it and he hallowed it. He made it sacred. He made it holy. He made it different. So anything that's different, sacred, and holy, you're going to treat it with different rules.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Honor your father and your mother. We hear this one a lot because this is why nobody could do the rest of the commandments because nobody listens to their parents.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to my daddy.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to my mommy.
You hear that?
And that's why your life is shot.
Yeah.
And that's
It ain't gonna
why
work.
even when you come and you hear
Not working,
this,
brother.
you can't get it because you have a practice of debating with your father.
Yeah.
Going back and forth with your mother. They have to have the last words, y'all. Y'all don't know that? Amen.
That's right.
That's right.
They had to listen. All right. I'm telling my son, yo, listen, man. At 4 o'clock, I don't care what happened. This, that, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, but listen, man. At 4 o'clock, once your father is getting, and he said, listen, man, that's your
That's your key.
that's your
That's
key
right.
to
Shut
shut
up.
up. You've been warned.
Yeah.
You're talking too much right now.
That's right.
And the woman, they the same way too. They call their mothers bees.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The woman be calling their mothers bees. And you got some women that go after their daughter's man.
That's why she
Yeah.
calling them beast.
So we see what we dealing with here. That's Canaanite stuff right there.
That's right.
That's the stuff the Canaanites was doing. Messing with your daughter-in-law and your son-in-law and incest and dogs and cats. That's why God said, kill them.
That's
Now
right.
the whole world is into it. Because as we left them alive, we're responsible for that.
That's right. We live in
You know that, right?
Seven nations.
We're responsible for certain abominations in this world. So I don't want to hear about you got to teach the world nothing, because they ain't going to listen to you because you taught them abominations. They're crooked. You can't make the world straight. You can make you straight.
That's right.
That's it. The only crookedness you can straight out is yours.
That's right.
And you have to apply it with this. You need help. You can't do it by yourself. You can't do it on your own. Time sheet.
Then thy days may be long in the land which Elohim thy El gives thee.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not
Thou
murder.
shalt not murder. The reason why it says kill in there is the King James Version. Yes, people, heathens, yes, they did translate. Yes, certain words were switched around a little, but all of that was done under the command of God. Nothing man do, all right? He don't do on his own unless God allow it. You hear me? The curse causes shall not come.
Right.
Meaning this bad thing didn't happen for no reason. Oh man, well, you know, stuff happens. No. In the heathen world, stuff happens.
Right.
In my world, which is God's world, I said, man, yeah, I see why this happened.
Yeah.
I'm out of place. Or I see it with somebody else. And I said, well, look, you out of place. That's why this went there. And then look, you ain't correcting it.
That's right.
You ain't correcting it, man. Where the correction coming? When is it coming? I gotta kill to eat. Celery is alive when it's in that ground, right or wrong?
That's right.
It's live. When I take it, chop it up and boil it up, it's dead.
That's right.
So don't tell me nothing about no animals, man. Oh, you killing the animals. You're killing vegetables. You're killing fruits.
That's right.
Don't stomp on no roach.
Kill the sacrifice.
Or you people who feel that way, Peter and all of y'all. Don't swat no flies. You shouldn't have mosquito nets. You shouldn't have anything to kill bugs.
Love them all.
Because that's killing too.
Love them all.
Oh, you should love rats. There should be no rat traps. All you animal lovers.
Love them all.
How about that?
Yeah, them animal lover. Yeah,
How
you
about
hear
you
that?
animal lovers?
Huh?
Yeah, I got something for all of
You
y'all.
hear that?
Right.
Animal lover.
Don't kill none of the animals. Don't kill none of the creeping things. Because they're alive too. The little ant, don't kill him. He said, man, pour water down the anthill. Nah, leave him. One man showed me, he said, man, the reason why that bee is over here, there's a hole up in there. Look, I said, oh shoot, that's his home. So I moved over. I didn't want to kill the bee now. I'm thinking it's gonna sting me, eh? But he's not even there to sting me. He's trying to get in his house. I'm in the way. The shark gonna bite you because you in the water.
That's right.
Looking like a
It's his habitat.
That's right.
And he knows what you're gonna do to him. The fear of God has been put on them. That's why they attack you. You a threat. You are a threat. Us, we dangerous to ourselves and everything. And our actions tell what's going to happen with the planet. The ground got cursed with Adam because of what Adam did. The ground got cursed. Thorns and thistles came up because of that. So our actions, he said, told Israel, he said, man, if you don't keep these commandments, the land gonna kick you out.
All right. You out.
Kick you out. And if you're being stubborn, they kill. Look. I'm gonna send somebody to come get you. And that's what started happening. First, they was coming in the judges. The time of the judges, nobody was taken out. They would come in and run your land. They go in your house, take your stuff. That's what the Moabites was doing in the time of Gideon.
Yeah.
That's why he had to hide behind the thresh. Okay? That behind the wine press and grind his wheat. They get to hide and eat in their own homes. Yeah. Imagine the police today could go up in anybody. Ain't no thing about this is my house. They have all rights to go up and ain't no raid either. Ain't no warrants. See, they don't need no paper. It's gonna come to a time where they don't need that.
That's right.
You see how they act with the paper.
We got more, man.
Some of them come without the
The
paper.
Apocrypha.
They slap.
Say, man, where's the warrant? We don't need one church said, man, I don't need no warrant. Turn around. Lock you up. There comes a time they ain't gonna need none of that. They ain't gonna have all jurisdiction to tell you what to teach. It's still coming, man. Okay? What God to believe in, what God to serve is coming. They're gonna force it. They want all the revolutionaries and rebels dead.
Yeah.
Woman said it on TMZ. Young woman said it on TMZ. They're waiting for the rest of the revolutionaries in this generation to die out. And you won't have people judging people for how they want to be in life.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
That's
TMZ.
So they waited
That's what they said.
So they waited for the strong to die out.
Yeah. And out of all of that, I'm watching it, everybody else watching it, that stuck out to me. Nobody else peeped that.
They're blind.
When I tried to explain it, they didn't get it. They're not supposed to get it.
Not for them.
Not everything is for everybody.
That's right.
My decision is different to yours. So my destiny won't be different to yours.
That's right.
My line, where my lifeline go, yours ain't going.
That's right.
So all that stuff about accept me for who I am. No. No. You got sticky fingers. You got a problem. I can't accept you like that.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
More or less other things, other ways that people are. Okay?
Right.
Characters. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Adultery for a man is when a man lies down and has sex with any woman that is married or engaged to be married. That's for a man. Okay? For a woman, is she lied down with any man other than her husband or the man she has been engaged or promised to. The man has been given privilege. It's a big difference.
Big difference.
Difference, huh?
It's a big difference.
It's a difference, huh?
Big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. And in the ending results, you will see why God allows men to do these things.
Yeah.
There's an ending result to this.
You hear that?
I don't put it to you like this. We wouldn't have a nation of Israel if the men didn't have more than one woman.
That's right. That's right.
We wouldn't have all these people. Sarah died. Abraham married again, right?
Yeah.
While he was with Sarah, she gave him Hagar, right? All these women he married and he had kids with, and they are nations.
That's right.
They are nations. All right? Every individual he had became a nation.
That's right.
Then he married Keturah.
That's right.
He had like 7, 8 of them. Jokshan, Jotan, Didan, Medan. You know who these guys are? The princes of Arabia right now. Arabia. The children of the East.
That's why they.
Okay? He said when Jacob was moving around, he said he moved around the children of the East. Most of them was his grandfather's kids.
That's right.
That was his grandfather. That was
Brown.
He started that off. He started that off, man. He said, I'm gonna make a great name. I'm gonna make you a father of many nations. And all the people of the East, right now, you go over there. Ibrahim, yes, Ibrahim, your father. Ibrahim, my father. We brother. That's the one thing that they got right. Okay? Yeah. Ishmael went and married into Egypt. His mother's people came out great, and all of them are Abraham, all these guys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they come out of Abraham. It's crazy. But if he couldn't have another woman, or Jacob couldn't have another woman, wouldn't have all these guys. God's prophecy ain't gonna come through. What if God's prophecy for me, and I don't even know that I'm supposed to have 30 boys? I can't get 30 boys with one woman.
No,
It can't happen.
It ain't happening, man.
Not the girlfriend, the wife.
She gonna die.
That's right.
It ain't enough time span in her life to have so many. But you had one king that had 30 boys that rode on 30 ass coats.
That's right. That's right.
That was his army. You got enough sons, you don't need a strike force.
Right.
You got enough. No. Walk with my father. Walk with my mother. And I see the people's faces. Most people don't like it. Not that they're jealous. They got kids and their kids ain't with them.
That's right.
I hear it. And people say, so, is your mother? I said, yeah. That's girl. I always see you guys, man. She go shopping. You guys right there. Treat her like a queen. I said, yeah, that's my queen. That's my girl.
Yeah.
That's my girl, man.
They was raised all right. They was raised right.
I said, she come first,
They
man.
was raised
She
right.
come first. That's the only one. I said, I ain't even got time for a woman right now. I don't want a woman right now. Whatever servitude I'm putting in my girl. I don't put in servitude for enough females, man. They ain't deserve it.
Say it again.
And I'm putting enough for women that didn't deserve it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put in work.
You hear that, man?
And all my women came here. So they knew. They not here. Curse God be of them.
Say
And
it
all the
again.
children that I made with them.
Say it again.
But they know better.
You know better.
Yeah, I'm still mad. I'm still mad. Because I had this, what we doing today, I did it during the day, during the week. Everything my pops doing it, but you know what? She deep down was only here for me.
She didn't make
And what I could do for her.
She didn't let go of her God.
Certain goon stuff do for her. You ain't gonna get no goon from nobody else, man. Certain stuff you ain't gonna get from no other man.
That's right.
That you could get from me.
That's right.
All right? Unconditionally. But I come rough. If it ain't rough, it ain't right. Because my God is rough.
That's right.
So that's gonna make you rough. But you can't get rough with me. You gotta get rough with me. With me.
That's right.
Not at me.
Right.
That's the problem. We gotta do this together, baby.
That's right.
Ah,
You hear that?
I'm gonna cover my
go.
job, you cover your job, and let's kill everything in sight.
Right.
That's right.
That's what make you one, man.
That's what make you one.
That's what make me and you one.
Right now.
God makes me and you one.
That's right.
God's commandments makes me and you one.
Yes.
God's will makes me and you one. We become an unstoppable force. Kids can't separate us. They can't play against each other. There's no sides to take because we're on the same side. That's how man and a woman is supposed to be, man. Until they get that way, it won't get that way.
That's right.
How about that? That's why most relationships, marriages don't last today. It don't last. Oh, he's cheating. Oh, she's cheating. Everybody's cheating. Everybody's cheating.
Right.
Nobody want to stay loyal to each other. Nobody want to be exclusive. That's a tough dude saying, yo, man, go on to your woman, man. And look at me and say, yo, listen, man, I know what I'm talking about, man. You have a woman, appreciate her. Put your time into her.
Right.
Stop looking at them.
Not the scallywags.
They're not gonna do, they're gonna take you, man. They're gonna take your money and they're gonna put you in jail.
Not the blue.
They're gonna snitch on you when they go down.
Prison.
If they are around and they go down, they're gonna snitch on you.
Going to jail.
Right.
Put
Yeah.
that whole down.
Or she's just gonna go about her business. Ain't no phones, call whats, ain't no letters, and that visiting stuff is out.
Gone. Gone.
They don't do that no more.
They don't
At least in my generation, they used to do it. They ain't visiting you no more. Now, you know why? Because you gave your heart to her instead of God. God said it. God said it. It will turn the hearts of your son from following me.
That's right.
Woman.
Yeah.
Samson.
Yeah.
Samson, I say.
Nazarite.
You know the story of Samson. The only Nazarite.
That's right.
Okay? He had a thing, man. But look. It was all because God had a controversy with the Philistines. God did not like the Philistines. God didn't like them. Y'all notice it was always war with these guys?
Yeah.
David, Goliath. And it was the only time was a little something was when David was staying there. And that's God that did that. Because at the end of the day, they said, look, man, your man David, when we go to war with his people, he's going to be with his people. He's not going to stand up there and watch us slaughter one of them. And that's damn right. I ain't going to. Man, listen. I'm letting my sister know. Listen, man. This is it now. Our allegiance with these guys is over. Because we're not running down on my brothers in front of me. You're dead. You're dead. And what he said? What he said? He said, this is what you left me for. That king in the movie. Yeah. He said, that's what you left me for. He said, get up and fight. Yo, look, man, his brother don't have the warrior heart like him. He know his brother gonna die. What he did, he hit that dude. He hit him. You ain't gonna kill my brother in front of me. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I don't care what he did, man. The Benjamites ain't give their brothers up. They said, man, look, we ain't giving nobody up. Come get him.
That's right.
Negotiate. I don't care who you gonna have to come get him. And it's gonna we all gonna die. You want him that bad? Just make up your mind to die when you come. We all gonna die. That's the unity of brethren.
That's right.
Oh,
God loved that.
Just know this, I die and kill for you, man. Word up, man.
Here, out there, they get nothing from me.
No.
I don't have no mercy out there. I'm sorry. A lot of times, you're like, be easy. Now I'm gonna be easy, because they're not easy with me. They're not gonna be easy with you. And they hate your God. The more I deal with them, the more I hate them. Because they don't love my God. They hate everything my God loves. And we got a problem. So keep your woman. That's my woman right there. That's my woman right there. Shalom alaikum. Shabuo comes in. You want to go up there and do it?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm gonna call up the next speaker. He's gonna tell y'all about Shabuo. Nasi Shama.
Shavuot comes in Thursday sundown. It's in commemoration of the Feast of Weeks. Feast of Weeks of the counting of the Omer.
That's right. Amen. Yeah.
Count the Omer. Mosai was commanded to count the Omer, and 7 weeks, 7 Shabbats.
Yeah.
And on the 50th day, it's another holy convocation. We gotta gather, and that comes in on Friday. You can't cook on Friday.
All right.
So now we have to prepare food for 2 days.
Right.
You gotta do all your preparation for Friday, and do your preparation for Shabbat. Because right, you gotta do all that Thursday.
Thursday.
You can't, because you cannot cook Friday, and you can't cook on Saturday. So you gotta prepare for 2 days.
Thursday evening to Saturday evening.
That's right.
Got that.
From Friday evening to store. From
Thursday,
Friday. No, it come in Thursday night. Thursday evening, right?
Thursday evening.
Thursday, right. Thursday
no
evening.
store,
Right.
no store.
Right.
No store.
Friday is really Friday evening. You got confused with that. Right, when the sun sets, Friday evening. Yeah. Right. I see what you mean. Thursday night. From Thursday night to Friday night.
No store.
No store. I gotta buy everything I need to get, do everything I need to do in the house, because it's a holy
Yeah, got
congregation.
double time at this.
Right. So, all right.
Oh, preparation.
That already got what was bought.
Friday morning is teaching.
Friday morning, we're gonna have teaching, but we're not gonna stay for long. Not gonna stay for long. Probably like 2 hours. All right. Can't work. Friday, I won't be going to work.
So 2 hours. What time
So,
on the vacation? What time?
Probably from 11 to 2.
What's about it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
11 to 2. Something quick. Cause you gotta, we're gonna go home.
So make sure you get everything
Everything done.
from
Get
start
teach-
Wednesday.
Yeah,
Start Wednesday.
Start Tuesday.
Because you got Wednesday and Thursday. And Thursday night it's a wrap.
Thursday night.
You're not gonna be able to do certain things until Saturday
Until
night.
Saturday night. No washing, no
These chairs
dishes.
gonna stay there.
The chairs gonna be
until
remaining
Saturday
there.
night.
We ain't
Yeah.
picking no chairs up because we ain't no setting up going on.
Right.
That's right.
All
Hear
the
that?
cooking gonna be done. All the
Right.
setting up gonna be done. All the arranging gonna be done.
Start buying
Everything
dinner.
that I need from the
Start
store,
buying
get
your
it from
goods
before.
now.
Get it from before the sunset Thursday.
2 bags for your garbage. 2 bags for your
This
garbage.
Thursday.
And with that, I already got Thursday night. That I already got what was bought, and I would say Shabbat Shalom. And I'll see you next week.
Tomorrow, brother.